take over control. Anytime you leave me, aching in my bones. Morning to the evening, I'll give all of myself, even if it hurts like hell. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Cutting up my soul, give away the pieces when you pull me close. Fall into the feeling, I'll give all of myself. Don't want anyone else. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you want to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me. ashes we will climb. The dust will settle. We will not. All together we will rise. Out from the shadows into the light. All together it's our time. We will rise. We will rise.
your worst. This my turf, way I move is inertia. Can't be stopped, it's unheard of. From the dirt, sweat got my feet muddy. Spend my Wednesday, might search you. On my word, path took plenty turns and wrote my confidence in cursive. When submerged, I found resolving my purpose and tell you about it back on surface. I survived. I survived. Ever been lost in the woods praying that it don't get dark? Ooh. Ever been in a situation couldn't win but you still had heart? Yeah, if you anything like me, evolve from chum to shark, the hunger starts to grow apart you didn't know you had. It's like that, flip the switch, turn it up, and I'm giving the gas. I lock it in all free, adrenaline double my percent. Made a home in the unknown, I swear I never fear again. I got ice in my blood, big enough to down this shit. I don't care how bad it get, I got 10 toes down, don't forget, I survived. I survived. When you on the brink and you in too deep, when you feeling weak, when it's hard to breathe, you gon' take a knee? Never. You gon' keep it G forever. Stand up and face whatever. I'm built unique, I'm better than the hard times I seen. Crime scene, obscene, face the ugly, cover up like Maybelline. Had uncertainty and urgency, cut from me like surgery. Formed again more sturdily, personally. I don't see nobody stopping me. I don't see nobody topping me. I don't see nobody honestly. I run you over if that's what it's gotta be. And it's gotta be what I look like, having fear still haunt me. What I look like, having regret taunt me. Pay that price, I don't care what it cost me. All my life, big me and get some on me. I'ma push the red button on them like Atari. I'm big dog with a human like a Maltese. See more fall off the 03 tall tees. Not sorry for the way I am. Learn to ball them up with no one holding your hand. Never back down, never hide in the sand. If you ain't hear the message, let me say it again. Yo, let me say it again. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived.
Barely breathing, don't let go. Hear the whispers, listen close. I know you've never strayed from the fold, but that's how freedom begins. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Burn your bridges, make your choice. Fight your demons, raise your voice. They're only silent if we're making noise. So let the battle begin. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. off like the others, but I hear secrets inside. You didn't pay attention, like an experiment. No, you're gonna pay for your crimes. I'll change your perspective, I'll teach you a lesson. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. I'll make it my mission. Oh yeah, I'll have you wishing you could go back in time to never test my limits. Nothing you say will fix it. I'm too out of my mind. You're riding high, but I've got you this time. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the
Guys, welcome to the League of Legends, the Esports Community Clash, and we're here with the lower brackets today. It's me, Madness, alongside Kaka, and we have two best of 3 series in line, and the action doesn't stop. Yesterday, both series went to all 6 games, so I'm just waiting for another six kind of game series going on.
Yeah, I mean, we could be in for a long night again, Madness, for sure. It is the losers bracket, so it is eliminations, right? Elimination is at stake. Whoever loses is out of the tournament, essentially. So that is going to be their lives on the line in this one, and that's what makes the upcoming series, very exciting as well. So yeah, can't wait to get into it as soon as possible.
Yeah, and with that being said, we'll take a look at the event schedule, what brought us up till now. Registrations were between December 25th to 7th, 8th to 9th with the open quals to get the other 4 teams that could come with the top 4 invited from the Rift Rulers leaderboard. And the main event started on Jan 11th. And today we are on the 14th. And it is an exciting day because now we're going to see a bit of the lower brackets, and this is the do or die situations for most of these teams, because if they lose one of these series, they're out of the tournament and out of the running. So this is do or die for most of these guys here. Actually, G2R and Heaven's Remix will be in the first series of today.
Yeah, and let's look at the prize pool as well to see what's at stake. 300,000 prize pool for this tournament. 150,000 for the first place. Second place gets 80k. Third place 40, and fourth place gets 30,000 INR. So again, it is the biggest tournament that we have had from TEC, from any other organizer, honestly, in India. So I think that's pretty cool. And yeah, these teams fighting for that mega bumper prize of 150,000 INR, Madness, and this is what makes the tournament so exciting, that you get rewarded, and how if you end up winning it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why you see most of the teams are fighting so hard right now. We're seeing some plays that we usually do not see. Yesterday in the upper bracket semifinals, you could see that Asterix beat Old Gods 2-1. It was a very highly anticipated series, as well as the Cacao versus Infamous one, where the nice kind of backdoor came in when the entire team went there instead of going for the Dragon, where they could have denied Infamous getting their soul point, but yeah, the soul rig, so that's how it was. So Infamous heads to a lower bracket, so does Old Gods. And today in the first series, we're going to be seeing G2R versus HEAVENREMIX in the first bracket, and whoever wins will be facing Infamous 2.0 in the lower bracket round 2. And later on in the same stream itself, we'll have HELAKAAMI Esports versus Phoenix Gaming in the second series, and that's also going to be an interesting one because Phoenix Gaming have been knocked down pretty hard compared to what they are as a team, and hopefully they make a comeback. And as you can see, this is the schedule for today. And any thoughts on any support for your favorite team over there in the Sri Lankan boys, Kaka?
Yeah, I think they should be taking that game quite comfortably. I would hope so, at least that they do. But yeah, all eyes on the current one that we have, G2R versus HRX. I think that's going to be very interesting as well. We get to see Hammy once again in the mid lane, and we have spoken about how great his Irelia is, how great he has looked on Yasuo, Yone, all these melee champions. So that's going to be a fun watch as well. G2R, of course, they are the best Pakistani team, hands down. So that's going to be pretty interesting. And the winner faces, as you mentioned earlier, against Infamous 2.0, who looked really great yesterday. I think that third game could have gone either way. Crixus was 11-0 and 3 on the Jinx. Somehow ended up losing that game. So whoever wins this game, I think they will be up against it, against Infamous, and I am expecting G2R to bring out some spicy drafts today and hopefully give us a great game. Well, 2-3 great games.
And hopefully their opponents ban out the Irelia, because usually when they're facing against G2R, they usually leave it open for the first game. Hammy destroys them with the Irelia, and then they're like, oh, we learned our lesson, let's ban it out now. So hopefully they do that from the beginning. And here, Hammy can only play it once, even if it's left open, right? So that's the beauty of the field draft over here that's coming up in here. So you can see that HRX is on the left, means the blue side, G2R is on the red. HRX did win toss and elected to take that blue side for them. And without any further ado, we're going to head right into the champ select, where we're going to see a very, very favorite ban from all the teams that we've seen so far. The Skarner as the first ban for HEAVENREMIX, and G2R banning out the Nyla.
Yeah, and now I just got to see that there are some changes in the lineup as well. G2R have Hoka playing for them instead of Ninja Way. So I think that's going to be really good as well. He is the best jungler in Pakistan. Hades, we have seen him again and again playing the On, playing the Volibear really well as well. So that's very interesting. And yeah, HEAVENREMIX, essentially, this is Tyson Warriors of before. But Sixes and Thresh Senpai, of course, are here. Deadeye's Rock Paper Scissors, who has won one of these tournaments with TOK, finds himself in this team as well. So really stacked rosters for both these sides. And yeah, speaking of Irelia, it's left open. So I'm not too sure when these teams are going to learn, but don't be surprised if that gets first picked on the side of G2R.
Yeah, and the other bans, the Karthus is out of the picture, the Bard is out, so is the Thresh for Thresh Senpai and the MF, so that combo will not be going on. And HEAVENREMIX have elected to pick the Ashe as their first pick, being the blue side, so that's what they've locked in. Now let's just see if G2R locking the Irelia over here, and I think there was no doubts in our mind. If it's left open, they're going to take it, so that's taken. Let's see, even if G2R do end up winning the match, they cannot use it further on. So this might be a strategy of HEAVENREMIX here, given it's a fearless draft, to leave this open so in the future matches it's not there. Maybe sacrifice one game to win the other two, but that's up to how they want to play it. And the Poppy locked in. Poppy did see a lot of bans yesterday, that mind you, so now it's left open, it's taken. That is a very good champion that can go a lot of different lanes depending on how you want to play it out. And let's just see what HEAVENREMIX come up with as a counter. It's going to be the Braum, maybe Hover as a blind pick for them. And it is locked in.
Sure, Poppy could go all three lanes, honestly. Could go top side, could go towards that jungle. Really good as a support as well, and especially great against Irelia. So they decide to deny that, which I really think is a great move right there. Of course, you can try to match up the Braum, but I think the Braum has really good matchup into the Poppy, of course, with the Ashe especially. As Nocturne is getting hovered, wouldn't be surprised if that gets logged in for Deadeye's. There you go, it is going to get logged in. And now Hoka, he does play a pretty good J4. He plays a very great Kha'Zix and Zac as well. So let's see what his pick is going to be. Hovering that Lilia, but I really doubt. I mean, that could get logged in actually, since they do have an AD mid laner. But let's see what they decide to pick. It's going to be the
It's going to be
in
the
the
Udyr.
jungle.
Udyr can also be flexed also. It can be going other ways depending on how they want. But most likely, yes, as you said, in the jungle. Now this opens up our second phase of banning. It's up to G2R to choose something for them to ban out over here. A lot of things left open. The ADC roles left open. So HEAVENREMIX maybe going to be targeting a bit on that side, the ADC and maybe the support roles, depending on what they think G2R is up to. And the Mord gets banned. I was surprised it wasn't picked up earlier. Now it's not, so it gets banned out. This is just how it goes in a draft. If it's not banned, it's picked. If it's banned, it's not picked. That's just how it goes. And now HEAVENREMIX are left open for their counter ban for what they will be thinking they can be played. But this Nocturne pick is going to be very good for them, and that's why they want to remove the Ezreal, the ADC that has so much mobility against the Nocturne, maybe diving in on him. So they banned that out. So that's out of the picture for G2R and their bot lane to play around. And let's see what other bans G2R comes up with.
Yeah, I mean, expect another top side ban, honestly. There you go. The Warwick can be played top lane, right? So that gets banned as well. I think that's pretty smart. Coming out from the side of G2R. Of course, again, they have a lot of flex picks. The Poppy can go everywhere. The Udyr can go top lane, can go into the jungle as well. The Irelia can go into the top lane and mid lane. So they do have a lot of these champions that can be flexed around according to their matchup. So really good 3 picks coming in. There you go. The Caitlyn is going to get hovered. And let's see if that gets logged in. If it does, then expect a Karma or a Janna or a Lux support coming in. And then probably the Poppy ends up going towards that top side. But never mind, it's going to be the Jinx that's going to get logged in instead. And the Lulu has been left open. There is no space for the side of HEAVENREMIX to pick that champion. So I think that's going to be a Lulu last pick coming in for the side of Coin Flipper. And that would round out the draft for G2R, which is looking pretty solid, but not before HEAVENREMIX decide to pick their solo lanes. And let's see what they have. If they have any answers to that Irelia. Honestly, because every team has failed to deal with Hammy's Irelia, including our X number of champions that Asterisk has been in the previous tournaments. Even they could not handle the heat coming out from that Hammy Irelia. So really intrigued as to what HEAVENREMIX try to pick up and answer with.
Yeah, definitely. And they're going to lock in the Jax for probably their top lane. And it's going to be a Swain mid for Zen instead. So maybe they think that way with a bit of range, they can do something to their early. But still looks a bit hard for them to do much against what Hammy can bring out. Now it's up to G2R. They do have, as you said, the Lulu is open. It's a free real estate right now that they can take. But I think they are choosing something else. They're hovering a bunch of Enchanter supports. The Renata does go well. But the Lulu is the most optimal in this situation, but it's going to be the Renata that gets locked in at the end of the day. And which both sides comms do you think have a bit of an advantage over here, Carl?
I mean, I don't think that matters too much when Hammy's playing Irelia, so you can pick whatever you want. I come from the future and I am telling you G2R knows this game, so let's see what happens. Maybe HEAVENREMIX have the answers, but I think you have said it multiple times. Fireball has said it multiple times. I think I have said it way too many times as well. Just ban his Irelia, or you will find out soon enough why you should have done that in the first place.
Yeah, definitely. But now that they've left it open, it does get banned out. Second game, maybe that's the kind of mind games they're playing around with, and that's how they've taken their comp right now. It's up to what Rock Paper Scissors does against the Poppy in the top lane. I don't think I've seen Hades play this champion in top quite a bit as I've seen his other champions. It's going to be interesting to see how he plays around with this champion himself. The Nocturne has to get some good ultimates off in the beginning. You have the Jinx, which will be a bit of a target you can get off before she gets excited and gets that extra movement and attack speed to go against you. The Sixes combo and Threat Senpai combo of the Ashe problem in the bot lane is, as old as time itself with the next stuns, but they will have their work cut out for them against a Jinx Renata combo as well. But now it's up to what Hammy does against this Swain, and we know that Hammy loves to tower dive as well, so he's not going to give Zen any kind of breathing room once he gets the upper hand. So I just want to see, honestly, as you said, how HEAVENREMIX are going to deal with this and what's their game plan, honestly, coming into this, and what they've thought out for leaving this really unbanned.
Yeah, and just speaking about the top lane as well, I think Poppy, that was picked so early on in the draft as well, gets a very comfortable matchup for herself. Against the Jax, you can deny a lot of things that the Jax can do, right? You can slow him when he uses his E, when he jumps, you can, of course, interrupt it with your W. So Poppy, again, getting a great matchup as well towards that top side. Mid, I think Hammy's just going to destroy the Swain, unfortunately. So I think they have gotten really great matchups as well for each of their lanes, and G2R should be the favorites to win this game specifically. As you said earlier, the Irelia won't be open in the next 2 games potentially. So yeah, I was thinking, in a best of 5, maybe you can afford to give him Irelia,
Yeah.
so it's gone for the next potentially 4 games. But in a best of 3, do you want to risk losing a game so early on? And especially when it's the elimination round, it's the lower bracket round 1. Whoever loses is out of the tournament. So with
True.
your tournament lifeline on the line, like, it is a very risky move, and let's see what happens in this.
Yeah, and now they even have G2R boosted as the Hoka instead of Ninja Way, so maybe they were playing something against with that, so that's maybe also playing on HEAVENREMIX's mind. It's just how they're thinking about doing this team, formerly a bit known as TEC Warriors. They have a majority of the same stack with them, so they're just playing a bit of a different name. But yeah, let's see what the boys can bring out under this new banner that they have brought for themselves. Now, Thresh Senpai's Thresh was banned out, so he's gone for that Brahma. He's pretty good on that champion as well. So, and Sixes, as you know, we've spoken so many praises about this man as an ADC. He's always been on point. Now with the Ashe, let's see how he is. His Ezreal is one of a kind. He has no like single-handedly kind of carry games with that, but that was also banned out in this before. But he did take the Ashe before, so it's up to what they want to do over here and how they honestly counter Hammy. Hammy is, the raid boss in this game right now, especially with that champion. And any thoughts about what kind of champions Hammy will play in the future now that Aurelia is out of the picture?
Yasuo, Yone, he plays a very mean Syndra, he plays a very mean Orianna. So there's no lack of champions for Hammy. He has a very good champion pool, but he does not really need to bring out anything else. When you leave his favorite champions open, he's going to pick that up. He's going to get that free win. We in the quarters, I think before the upper bracket round 2, I did see the match. G2R against the reigning champions Asterisk, and Hammy was playing Yasuo, and he did solo kill Catbot a couple of times in the mid lane as well, albeit he was running Ignite that game. Still, like, getting solo kills against the best mid laner that we have currently is quite a feat as well. So, and especially not on a champion that he plays. Well, he does play a lot of Yasuo as well, but his Irelia is the one that we speak about the most. Not a lot of people know it, but his Yasuo is his most played champion in terms of mastery points. I have seen it, I've faced it. It's not fun to play against that guy when he's playing Yasuo as well. So I really expect Yasuo to come out in game 2 anyway, but just don't give him Irelia. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, honestly don't. Even in previous rounds, we did see a lot of teams choose to ban the Yasuo over the Irelia against him, so that was also playing in them. But now with the Irelia on the pick, maybe they choose one of their bans for the second game as the Yasuo, depending on how this matchup goes out for them. But let's just see, honestly, if HEAVENREMIX do have the answer to what they thought that G2R will bring, because they honestly knew that once they leave it open, Hammy's going to bring out the Aurelia, so they have to have some counter plans, right? Something that they've been cooking up that they think will work against this. But let's see if those plans of paper turn into practicality at all.
I don't think Swain is one of those champions that can counter the Irelia, especially in the sideline as well. You go for the Ruin King, you go for Kraken Slayer if needed, Wit's End. So you have a lot of sustain, a lot of damage as well to burn the HP of Swain. So even in the side lane, the Jax could meet and match the Irelia pretty well. But we will have to see. Like, that's a soft skill matchup as well. And he is very proficient on that champion. So yeah, it's going to be a fun one to watch. Of course, we are all looking for answers to Hammy's Irelia, and hopefully HEAVENREMIX have some sort of a game plan inside the game, if not in the champ select, to deal with that champion. Having said that, we will be jumping into the game finally, and expect a lot of level 1 shenanigans, especially because of the feats of strength. You get that 1 stack very early on. Brom really good at level 1 as well. So all 5 members from the side of HRX trying to invade will find the Jinx right
Jinx?
there. That's
Jinx?
first blood.
Oh my god, as you talked about the shenanigans, HRX, bring it up. Heaven's Remix, go for it. Jinx did see a couple of more members that she could have instantly just kind of walked away, but she walked back into the bush, kind of making me question what she was thinking. And that's first blood, 1 feet of strength down for the members of Heaven Remix already so early on into this match. It was not even a minute gone, and the Jinx has died once. Crucially, the kill has gone over to the Swain, so he's gone back to base and got the boots for himself to maybe get him some, speed in the lane against Aurelia, who'll keep on trying to, dash and jump onto him. But it looks like maybe a bit of a lane swap. The Jax is going
Yeah.
mid and the Swain's going top over here, Kaka.
Yeah, I think that's their answer. Just send the Jax mid instead of the Swain, which is pretty smart, honestly. Jax can survive, but that's where we will see the sort of expertise that Hammy can bring on this Irelia. Jax does have a really good matchup into the Irelia. You can block the Qs with your E, counter strike, and just be okay in lane and for in top side as well. Poppy might struggle against the Swain, so it's a very good swap coming in now. It's for these guys to show how well they can do on their champions. And as we see in the mid lane, rock paper
Oh
scissors,
no.
just I think he's dead.
Yeah, he looks to be dead. He does get the counter strike off. Unto Death can't jump on him just about yet.
That was very close.
He chose it. That was very close. A nice counter strike does save the Jax's life, and he's gonna back out of it. In the top side, it looks a bit even Stevens in terms of HP, but a bit of advantage for Zen given the poke that he was getting out. Another jump in from Irelia. I think the counter strike this time won't save your life if he flashes and goes on to you, but
barely.
no, it is enough. The range was just about too much for Unto Death to think of it, Hammy White to think of going in. But in the top side, the Poppy's gone very low over here. The Swain can maybe even flash and get this kill, but no, he just gets it anyway. And that's the second kill of the game going over to Heaven's Remix. And it looks like a very poor start for the members of G2R right now, especially with this Jinx now getting stunned up with that Brom passive. Has to use the cleanse just to survive. The duo of Sixes and Thresh Senpai are putting on the pressure, and G2R are already on the back foot 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and the swap has come in as well from the side of G2R. Now, the Irelia has gone towards that top side of the map to match Zen. On that Swain, Poppy goes towards the mid side of the map. Of course, as you can see, the CS, they're 8 CS for the Jax and 7 for the Poppy. So both of these guys really struggling. As top side, there's a stun. Not going to get followed.
Ooh.
Never mind, it is, and Zen dies. That's a shutdown. For the side of Unto Death on so I think he will take it by trading flashes and dying inside the turret while picking up a 308 gold bounty. He will be calling worth after that, and that's the first solo kill that Hammy brings to the table already.
Yeah, and in the meantime, you can see in the mid lane, the Jax does hit the counter strike off onto the Poppy and the Udyr, and he's going back in. He's trying to deny the Poppy the passive shield that she will get if she collects that buckler right back up. And Poppy's gone really low, so Poppy's not having a good time either against the Jax or against the Swain, and he's struggling quite a bit. He's behind in XP as well. At the top side, the Swain has TP'd back into the lane to try and mitigate some of the damage that was done to him. Now both, it just been a swap of the mid laners to the top and the top laners to the mid. That's just how the matchup has gone. The bot side, you can see the Ashe is 10 CS up currently on the Jinx. Has not recalled, just about has gone for it now. Got 2 daggers, got a boost, so she's going for the Berserker Greaves first of all to get that advantage of the speed alongside the Jinx, who gets it from her passive and from her Q. You can see the Udyr already has his Faded Ashes complete, so will be doing a bunch of damage right now. Burn as well, and he's up on camps in the Nocturnes. The Nocturnes fallen a pretty behind right now compared to the jungler of G2R.
Yeah, 100%. And Hoka just playing that champion very well. Has the Fated Ashes completed as well, so he is going for the Liandry's first item. Is going to start up the Drake, it seems like, on spawn. Let's see if that gets started. Yes, it has been. And yeah, just bot lane having full priority to secure that objective. So that will be the first epic monster killed. And trying to stack that feats of strength as Jax is denied his entry. Top side, Zen hits level 6 first. There you go, Hammy hits it as well. Has the ultimate available to him, and that's going to be another
Oh my
solo
God.
kill for the side of Hammy. We warned you guys, we always
Mhm.
do, and then it's up to you to listen to us or not. And this time,
And you did not,
unfortunately,
and this is what is
yeah.
happening, right? Hammy's wrecking havoc. They might even have to go for another lane. So the Nocturne is close by onto the Poppy here, but now thinks better of it. The Jax is also very relatively low. Unto Death on the top side is getting some plates for himself. He's up quite a bit on CS, also on the Swain, around 12 CS. Jax is going to go forward. The Braum is close by. Nice pushback from the Poppy onto the Braum to get some distance for himself. The Udyr flashes forward onto the Jax, uses the empowered R from himself, but it's just not enough. Thresh Senpai also has to flash out of the exchange. Two flashes burned for the side of HRX, while only one for the side of G2R from the Udyr trying to go in. But look who is here. It's Nocturne who joined the party, but Hammy is
And it's
also close
Irelia
by.
who is here as well.
Hammy gets a
3-man
triple
stun.
stun, and that's 2 kills. I think that's a 3 for nothing, going to the favor of G2R. An excellent triple man stun coming in from the mid laner of G2R.
Yeah, let's get a replay of that as soon as we can, because that was beautiful to watch. Again, Hammy coming in clutch, setting up his team for success. A lot of flashes were burned, but they didn't have the info where the Irelia might be. And look at this stun. That's a thing of beauty right there. Stuns the Nocturne, the Braum, the Jax as well. Jumps onto the Nocturne, finishes that kill right there. 3 flashes burned and 3 deaths for the side of HRX. And it's already looking very bleak for the side of HRX and Hammy now. 3-1 and 2, 100% kill participation. Highest CS in the game as well, followed up with the Ash. And I think we have been here before multiple times. And we all know how this story ends.
Yeah, this is even before his Borg has been completed. He's wrecking so much havoc. He's almost just like 1 millistep away from getting that as we do speak. You can see here G2R are picking up the red buff. The Braum is here to cause some nuisance, but it might be a bit far away from home if the Poppy makes it here in time. And the Udyr gives him some. You can see the Swain trying to walk up to Thresh Senpai to maybe save his life, but Hammy is also close by. This might not be looking like the exchange that you do want. The ult channeled in from the Irelia does go in, though Udyr does fall before the fight even breaks out properly. Poppy goes down, and now it looks like even Hammy goes down. That's a huge shutdown going over to the Jax. That's a 3 for 1 in favor of HRX, and HEAVENREMIX with a bit of a comeback. Do we see with that kind of ill engage from G2R side? They were just chasing the Braum for so long. He got just so much backup. It was just not enough from the members of G2R.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that was a misstep from the side of G2R right there. And Zen seems to have disconnected. Never mind, just taking turret shots for free right there. So, not sure what that was about. But yeah, that was pretty well played from the side of HRX, who are tied up in the gold as well, 14.8 to 15k, so only the 200 gold difference as rock, paper and scissors doing really well against the Poppy. The Udyr now is going to get caught right here. The stun comes in from the side of Hammy, and that's a dead Nocturne. Hammy does not have his ultimate but has his passive stacked, will kill the Braum as well. The Udyr is going to pick that up. Ash has to burn her flash to get out of that sticky situation. A great skirmish coming in from the side of G2R in the enemy jungle, and they pick up 2 kills for nothing and burn the Ash flash as well.
Yeah, and that is 2 more kills for them after HRX got a 3 for 1. So all in all, it just pretty much equalizes the trade that was done earlier. You can see Hammy's gone very low over here underneath the turrets, taking quite a bit of damage. Is around 3 HP bars of HP. And here comes Braum. He's trying to get the passive attack under the turret. That's going to be desperate. Oh, it's the Braum that ends up picking up the kill. And the Jax might be going down.
That's
but
a
he
one
does
for
get
one,
the kill on to Poppy just before he goes down. And it's going to be the Pop. And it's a nice placement of the wave as well for the Jax on the top side. So just fights breaking out everywhere. It's been 17 kills in around 10 minutes time. And it's not stopping. The Udyr is going onto the Swain. Swain channels his ultimate. But here's Nocturne. He's coming in from the darkness himself. And he picks up a kill for his team, and now it's 9-9 in the kill counter. Around 3k 300 goal in difference between the two teams are negligible at this point. what point is not negligible is G2R have picked up the Cloud and 3 Grubs. So they have 2 of the 3 epic monsters they need for one of those feats of strength, whilst HRX have that first blood in their pocket. So this is already a battle for those feats of strength that we're seeing on the new map. The fight breaking out again, yet here Jinx has channeled the W. Brom ultimate does land onto the Irelia, but she channels the ultimate just before it. So another bailout is not enough, and there goes down Hammy by, and they're going forward. The Poppy pushes in the Jax. The Jax is left to his own devices, and he will be going down. And G2R rounds back. Jinx is excited. The resets on resets, and she's chasing further. And that's a lot. Another 3 for 1, but this time in favor of G2R side, Kaka, and the action does not stop.
Yeah, and they are going to pick up the objective as well right there, as you mentioned earlier. The third epic monster is going to go down in the form of the second dragon. And if they can get the first turret somehow, that will be the stacked up feat of strength for them. Yeah, just lots of fights going on. 11 minutes and we already have 22 deaths or kills, as you want to say it, happening on the Rift so far. So it's a very high-paced game. These teams are not scared to fight each other. I mean, look at the CS numbers. 49 CS in the top side of the map. 44 for the Poppy. These guys have just been fighting each other all the time, and it really reflects in the CS numbers right there.
Yeah, it does, and HRX will be picking up the constellation 3 Grubs for all that exchange was done on the bot side, but it's just maybe a bit too late. It's about which team gets this first turret now to get the feat of strength
That Ashe
for
is
the
dead.
team. Oh, that Ashe is completely dead. The Flash maybe not that necessary with Udyr, but he does go in for the engage, will be securing that kill for his team, and that Ashe is completely out of the picture. Was very overextended given that he had no support close by and had no much more vision. With a nice flank into the Flash, gets that kill for himself. Poppy and the Jax are just battling out against each other. There is no stopping them. As you said, low CS numbers, but so much fighting
Very low.
between these two. Very, very
Yeah.
low, exactly. And neither have one item completed yet of now. And there comes the Nocturne in from the sidelines. The Counter-Strike does land. The Poppy
I
does
think that's
pick up
a
the
double
but
kill
he's
for the
gonna-
Poppy.
And the Poppy doesn't even die. She gets two. She gets 2 kills. A double kill for herself without any deaths. And that's just Heaven's Remix just reaching for something that was not there essentially. And this is gonna be allowing so many more plates and turrets to be going down for the side of G2R.
Yeah, and the feats have been secured as well for the side of G2R. They did get the first turret down in the bottom lane. Hammy picking up a lot of plates as well towards that top side of the map. The mid lane turret might lose a couple of plates as well. Let's see if that happens as Thresh Senpai is pulled back in, takes a lot of damage. But he's going to be fine. It's a Braum, he's a very tanky champion. But yeah, in the mid lane, Poppy, Hades piloting that champion, plays really well. But I have to fault HRX for that one. They decided to go onto the Poppy inside the turret, hoping that they can at least get a 2-for-1. Even then, Poppy would be really, really fine and comfortable with taking the trade. But a 2-for-nothing, 5 kills for the Poppy. Rock, paper, and scissors just keeps on going in, but the Poppy has been out trading him for most of the game. Now is going to pick up the buckler, gets the shield as well. One completed item onto the Jax. Poppy picking a lot of components, but not really completing an item as of yet. But let's see what happens there.
Yeah, and the Jinx has the Unitails completed, has going to closer to the Berserker's Greaves on the next back. The Ashe still does not have an item in her. No Kraken Slayer. Unto Death going in on the Swain, doing a bunch of damage over here. Swain going down below 50 HP after just that nice combo there coming out from Hammy by using a lot of damage. Jax going yet again onto the Poppy. Instant W from him to get the movement speed as well. And it looks like a dive is being set up on the top side, but the Swain has backed off. The turret will be going down. It's at the top tier 1 for the side of HRX has fallen, and now the only tier 1 turret left is the mid lane side. TP coming in from the Poppy to protect her wave in the bot side instead, and now just resets coming in from the other members of G2R.
Yeah, and now the game has sort of slowed down. Having said that, look at the gold difference right there, 3,500 for the side of G2R at 15 minutes. That's quite significant, as we can see the mid lane goal difference as well. 1500, Poppy being 600 gold ahead, as well as the Udyr, who's only 200 ahead, but that's something. As the Nocturne just going to
Did I?
get caught for some reason. I'm not sure what he was doing there. Has to burn his flash to get out of that situation. Uh, did burn his ultimate as well, so I think that's a misplay. Not having a lot of priority towards that mid side of the map pays for it heavily. uh, yeah, just a misstep by him. Wouldn't want to do that again, or he might get punished very heavily the next time that happens.
Yeah, and now even with these merc trades that have been, upgrade tier 2 version due to the feats of strength, giving Heavy by a lot of tenacity in the top side. So he's gonna be feeling free to go for his silence. And now the Jax is not even matching the Poppy that well in the silence, so not much he can be doing. The third Drake of the game will be coming up in 10 seconds time. It's going to be a Chemtech Drake, a Chemtech map. And you can see that Jax is even one level behind right now. And HRX, instead of going and contesting for the Drake where they know they'll lose their numbers and they won't win the fight, instead going for the Rift Herald, the other objective that they can actually neutralize at this point. They do end up picking that up, but at the cost of G2R now going to be reaching Soul Point for Chemtech's Soul. So this is looking like it's going a bit out of HRX's way, but the fight breaking out over here in the mid side. The Jax jumps in with the counter strike. The stun does land onto the Renata, but the Poppy just yeets away the Jax from the fight with her own ultimate, and everything has become calm yet again. The Drake has still not yet been picked up. It's taking quite a bit of time to the side of G2R to actually get the Drake. Finally take down the Drake, and I think the Braum has been caught a bit out of place. Has to jump to the Nocturne to try and save his life, but it's not done. Amibai is going in over here, but the Swain is on the back lines. He's trying to get as many kills for himself as he can, but he doesn't even get one about now. And the rest of G2R are now falling in onto the Swain. Not much the Swain can do, and now the Ashe is going to have to run for the hills. That's a 4 for nothing for the side of G2R, and HRX are completely in the backseat. And now this
what
Ash
Six
chose
is
to
trying
walk
to
up.
do?
I
Oh
don't
my
know the
God.
failed flash. Oh, you don't want to see that from a player of 6's caliber of what he just done. And it looks like the mental on the side of Heaven's Remix has taken a fall as well.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not too sure what Sixes was trying to do there. Udyr is not taking any damage from him. Only the Kraken Slayer completed with the boots and 2 daggers. That's not nearly enough damage to do anything to the Udyr. Ends up burning his flash and losing his life. But look at the replay right here. Hammy gets a really nice stun again onto the
Yeah.
Braum. Gets that kill right there, and the Jinx gets the reset, gets the locket from Renata, is able to run away from trouble. And after that, I think the fight was already done. A double kill for the Udyr. Irelia picks one for herself as well, and then the fail flash comes in from the Ashe, which you really don't want to watch. Like, Sixes, what are you trying to do there?
Yeah, what did you think would actually end up
And
happening
look at the
there? Like,
flash as
Udyr
well.
can
Like,
chase you
that's
down.
just, oh
That's from
my
a
God.
lot of far ways that he did. He maybe tried to go a bit more to the right side, but yeah, it just did not work out for him.
Yeah, but he did not
Udyr-
need to be there in the first place. trying
Yeah,
to
he
hit
did
the
not
Udyr.
need to be there in the first place. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely did not need to be there. And just not looking good for the boys from Heaven's Remix. And any plan they thought of coming up with the Irelia is not working out, given that she even now has the Hull Breaker to get more damage on. She's trying to go as a silence. She's going on to the Swain, but the Nocturne is here close by. Swain dodges the stun. Nocturne is going in. The Fear does not land. The ultimate from the Irelia is out. The Irelia is getting outnumbered by 1:4 right now. He still gets the kill onto the Nocturne, while the rest of his team is getting more turrets in the mid lane. And Hammy, by just pulling so many people to himself, allows for this fight to go down. The Jinx does get stunned up, but the Chompers are enough to deter the Jax from following up. The TP comes in from the Poppy. He's trying to go in onto the usual targets. The Ashe has been side lane onto the side. And here comes the Udyr from the side. The nice Super Mega Network does a chunk damage, but there goes down the Jinx when the fight breaks out. Jax has fallen as well, and this is just chaos. It's a 2-3 exchange if we include Hammy By in the top side and the Nocturne falling down there. Now make that a 2-4 exchange that did go down. And now it's the Renata just trying to run away. She will make it to safety swing, thinking better of it. But oh my god, they just keep on fighting. And there was no objective they had to actually fight over there.
No, not at all. And uh, just the Irelia winning the 1 versus 4 towards that top side of the map, getting a one
Oh
for
my.
one trade was bad enough. But then the Poppy gets the double kill as well. 0-0-13 on the side of Coin Flipper as well. So he has been doing really well on the Renata. And now the Atakan is on the map as well. And now let's see who decides to pick that up and if we do get to see any fights happening. But at this point, at 7,000 plus goal lead already for the side of G2R, I think this game is as good as done. The unending despair comes in for the Udyr as well, along with the frozen heart that's going to come in pretty soon. So you won't be able to kill the Udyr as well once he decides to come towards that front line with the Liandries as well. Uh,
Yeah.
it's just a lot of damage and a lot of resistance for the side of Udyr. And yeah, this game is as good as done at this point unless G2R throw it massively. And we can't rule that out as well because the teams in our region do throw quite a lot. But I don't think that's going to happen in this one.
Yeah, but at least they're claiming 2 bounties on the turrets on the bot side for their troubles of that Arakan going away. Because they know they can't actually fight for that, so they're trying to do the opportunity cost and go for what they can. But just look where Hammy has reached. He's reached a tier 3 in the top side as well, and there's nobody who's back to match. The Jax is currently backing, but instead he's choosing to TP there instead so that he can reach there in time. Now Hammy backs away from where he's going to cut out these members. If he does come towards the mid lane side, he can cut them out from the retreat. But choosing better because now the 4th Drake of the game, the sole Drake for G2R if they do get it. And I don't think there's any chance of HRX even going to try to match this up because they've just started their recalls. They won't be even here in time. And now it looks like the Udyr is trying to drag their dragon a bit out of the pit. Deadice has to go for a miracle steal over here. I don't think that's even that worth it for him given how far, even if he dies, it's going to be a lot for his team to actually go for. And yes, that Soul Drake, Soul Chemtech Drake picked up by the side of G2R. And oh boy, they've run away with everything. Feats of strength, all 4 Drakes, Atakan, 3 Grubs. And there's just nothing on this map except for the other 3 Grubs that G2R have given towards the side of Heaven's Remix.
Yeah, and the Baron is going to come up as well in 3 minutes time. Again, Udyr just so tanky. I don't think he really cares about who's hitting him as the Nocturne gets pulled back. Udyr decides to flash in. Nocturne will do the same and get out of that situation as Hammy is towards that bot side of the map. Uses his Q to go in. Is going to get arrowed unfortunately, but I think he should be fine. Goes back in again. Hoka picks up the kill onto the Nocturne. The fight still continues behind the turret that is still up. And Hammy uses his ultimate, not to great effect right there. But look at this, they are just fighting between the turrets at this point without their ADC. How tanky is that Udyr? Oh my god, that's a 3 for nothing. The turret still stands. Zen finally. The Swain ultimate just finally ends. There you go. He gets pulled back, gets stunned, and Hoka goes legendary on the Udyr. 10-11. Great performance by him. Rock, paper, scissors, thinking that he can take on 5 men on his own. I don't think he can. That might be game 1 for you guys. Let's see if G2R can end this. But this has been a very one-sided affair right from the champ select to this point specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not even the Aurelia that popped off that much. It's the Udyr that's doing most of the damage over here. And as a front line, there's no way you can even shut him down given the amount of damage that HRX currently do have. This Jax is not as fed as he's thinking. The way he's jumping in is the 1v5 and the way he was taking a beating from the Poppy. They thought maybe the lane switch would be good enough in the beginning, but no, Unto Death and Hammy and the Poppy also switched lanes, so it just threw a wrench into their plans of what they thought could be going down. I think with this next Baron that will be taken around in 20 seconds time, that's going to be the beginning of the end for the side of HRX, at least for game 1 between both these sides in this best of 3 series. And there's not much you can do as HRX right about here. You're against a Chemtech Soul. They have increased tenacity, increased resistance. have nothing that you can do. You're going to have to clear the waves that are going to be pushed in by the super minions anyway in the mid and the bot side. So you have to defend that as well. And there are two deep wars that the members of G2R can use to even TP to end the game if they want to go for later on.
Yeah, but the Baron is now seems like the call from the side of G2R. They're going to pick that up. Already have two inhibs for themselves. Deadeyes does not have his smite up right now, so I'm not too sure if he's going to decide to go in for a steal as well. I don't think that's going to happen. There you go, clean take from the side of G2R, and now all eyes on that top lane inhibitor and then the Nexus turrets to end this game. 3 items completed for all of their champions except for the support. Yeah, just a unassailable lead for the side of G2R. I don't think this is. I don't think HRX can come back from this sort of discrepancy.
There is
right
no
here.
way. If they are, they're a better team than T1 if they can do it at this point. If they can come back from here. There's just absolutely no way you can. Like, they've given just too much of a lead to the side of G2R. And all they can do is try and defend their turrets in vain, essentially, because anything they do is just not enough. Rock, paper, scissors is not tanky enough. The Braum will just get melted down instantly. They're trying to go for the last ditch effort, but one by one they are falling down. The Swain is left to his own devices. Zen is being pulled left, right, and center. Cannot move. And that's G2R taking the first game in the best of GCs between them and Heaven's Remix in this first of the lower bracket round.
Yeah, and that was not a close game at all. That was a dominant game coming out from the side of Gear to Revolution right there. Yeah, just don't give Hammy Irelia, man. But, having said that, Hoka playing really well on the Udyr as well. Had the highest KP, highest skills, highest assists as well, I think. Maybe less than Renata. So he did really well in that game one. So that's something he can't pick up for the next game for sure. But again, these guys have really massive champ pools for themselves. So yeah, game one for the side of Gear to Revolution. And now I think HEAVENREMIX will be thinking maybe they should have banned the Irelia. Maybe they should have banned something else as well, because that did not live up to the expectation from the side of HEAVENREMIX.
Yeah, it did not definitely pan out the way they wanted it to go out, and they paid the price for it. They've given the game one over to the side of G2R, and all that they can be thankful of is that the Udyr and the Irelia won't be there in game two. That's all that they can actually, take as a consolation away from this, and maybe just rethink a bit of their game plan, because that Ashe was getting caught out a couple of times. Six is having a couple of misplays that I'm not used to seeing from this man, a man of his caliber and his potential, right? Like, we expect him to be one of the better ADCs in our region, and if you make those kind of plays, it kind of makes others look bad. But yeah, maybe it's just a bit of nervousness, tension. Again, it's a huge prize pool that they're fighting for, right, at the end of the day. So maybe some nerves also getting onto there, and hopefully they recover enough and they're good enough as a team and have a strong enough mental to recover in game two and think of a better game plan and strategy coming forward.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely good enough to come back into the series, so let's see what happens. But let's look at the Nexus knockout moments for this game one between G2R and HEAVENREMIX, and this level one was pretty neat. Getting the Jinx, getting that one stack of Feet of Strength, so that was really well done. The Swain gets the kill as well, buys the boot, gets the solo kill towards that top side of the map that we missed. But here you go, this is where it all starts. Solo kill comes in for the side of Hammy onto the Swain, and after that I think it was just this stun. I think we spoke about it earlier as well. A 3-man stun coming in, all three of them end up dying, and I think this was the game-changing moment of the game, albeit it was at 6 minutes, but I think the game was decided there and then.
Yeah, it was pretty much decided. Hammy landed a couple of good multi-man stun as well in the earlier parts of the game. Even here, he gets a nice triple, but it's just not enough to save his life. I think the major mistake that G2R did was giving over that first plant, but that was in the hands of the Jinx. But other than that, not making that many mistakes over here. But both these teams were fighting a lot. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot, because they were basically no objective up and they're still fighting. Like over here in this fight, you can see that the Aurelia is trying to jump in as deep as he wants, does get caught out, gets stunned underneath the turret raise. The Jax goes in, and later on we'll see that clip where the Nocturne goes in with the Jax onto the Poppy. The Poppy gets the double kill. It's just definitely not worth it. Here they're trying to go around. They do secure Heavy Pie over here before the bailout is enough to save him, but then they just go a bit too deep. The Poppy's here for the action as well as the Udyr, and that's where the Jax gets caught out. The Jinx gets excited, and it's just falling apart for the members of HRX over here. They had to just fall back as much as they can. Even here, Aurelia is just not letting the backline breathe at all. The Swain tries to jump in on G2R's backline, still cannot secure a kill. The Jinx has that added movement speed after she's excited, just runs out over there, and then unfortunately we're going to have to watch this again where Sixes fails a bit and has to do his fail flash, and we don't like to see it, but we're gonna have to do it, because even here when he's challenging him, what did he expect to challenge, right? There's nothing much you're going to be fighting over. Even if you do manage to do anything, you're still going to get chased down. It's an Udyr after all that's chasing you down along with the Renata in behind. Here, Hammy in the 1v4 of his lifetime, man. Everyone of HRX except one member is jumping on him. He still gets the kill before he goes down. In the meantime, in the mid lane, they're just fighting out at the turret. You see the Poppy comes in for the action. It's just so much action to unpack. It's like there's nothing you're actually fighting. It's a tier 2 turret. It's not worth this much fighting, but yet they're committing it from both sides essentially.
Yeah, 100%. As you said, the Jinx here does get killed, but everyone else ends up dying. The Poppy picks up the double kill for herself as well. At this point, at 19 minutes, the goal lead is just too big for the side of HRX to come back from anyway. So they will be going back to the drawing board and thinking about the drafts and how they want to play out the series. As we look at the scoreboard from this game 1, of course, 26 minutes 29 seconds, relatively very fast game, 34 kills to 12. As you can see, the goal lead is around 14,000, 11 turrets to 3. All the dragons secured from the side of G2R, as they did get the Chemtech Soul. I think one Baron was picked up from the side of G2R. The Rift Herald was picked up by HRX. That was a trade for the Dragon. Void Grubs shed equally. And look at the Bloody Petals count, 60 to 23. That is significant.
That is definitely significant. That's a lot. Yesterday we were seeing teams maximum hitting the 25, 30 bloody petals count. This team is basically double that at this point, using their lead to the full advantage. Take the other gun as well, and just a very dominant showing coming in from G2R right now, especially with Amy on the Aurelia and Hoka on that Udyr, just doing a lot for their team.
Yeah, and I mean, the good part is like they don't have to ban out the Aurelia now. In the next 2 games, they don't have to ban the Udyr as well. But again, G2R has a really big champion pool, so HRX are up against it. Of course, they are behind in the game count as well, 1-0. So it's on them to make these changes and come out swinging in game 2. As we look at the Rift Renegade MVP for this game 1. Lot of talk about Hammy's Aurelia, but Hoka doing his job on the Udyr. 12-2 and 15. Great KD right there. 987.72 damage as a jungler is nothing to be scoffed at as well. 6.9 CS per minute. Almost 13,000 gold in his pocket, and he was the Rift Renegade MVP for that game 1.
Yeah, definitely. The front line this man was doing, the damage plus the amount he was tanking up, especially in the later parts of the team fights, it definitely makes him the MVP of this match. He is a huge shout out for what he has done. And let's see what other junglers he's going to be playing, right? Maybe his Kha'Zix does come out, and the way it does play, it's up to how Hoka wants to go for it and how G2R wants to move forward, given the kind of bans they do have right now.
Yeah, I mean, he plays a lot of Rengar, Kha'Zix, a lot of Zac as well, the Nocturne as well. So we will see what he decides to pick up in that game 2 that's going to come in soon. For now, we will be taking a very short break and coming back and continuing the series between G2R and HRX very shortly. So see you after the break.
empire. Take over control. Anytime you leave me, aching in my bones. Morning to the evening, I'll give all of myself, even if it hurts like hell. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Cutting up my soul, give away the pieces when you pull me close. Fall into the feeling, I'll give all of myself. Don't want anyone else. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me.
Guys, we are back with the League of Legends, the Esports Community Clash. We are in the lower brackets now. Yesterday was the upper brackets. Today is the lower brackets. Round 1's going on in the best of 3 between G2R and Heaven's Remix. G2R take the first game very definitive with a bit of domination, if I must say so myself, especially the Hammy's Irelia and Hoka's Udir. It was just a show that was just put on by the boys from Pakistan. But let's see what happens in the game 2, right here, Kaka?
Yeah, I mean, that was sort of expected as well, right? You leave the Irelia open. That sounds like a long night for the side of HRX or anyone who plans to leave that open for the side of G2R. And yeah, certainly a dominant game coming out from the side of G2R, you know, making their case to be in the top 4 of the tournament as well. Now HRX facing elimination if they end up losing this game too. So, you know, their life on the line as well, the tournament life, of course. So yeah, very interesting to watch and see what happens in this game too as we jump into the champs select. Of course, now Heaven Remix, they don't have to ban the Irelia. They can decide to pick it for themselves if you know, they want to play it. But certainly G2R will not be able to do that as they ban the Thresh yet again. Don't want Thresh Senpai on that champion, and they are respecting the one-trick ponies right there. Surely Heaven Remix should have done the same in that game 1.
Yeah, definitely. The Nyla ban also the same from game 1. The Soraka ban a bit of a different from what G2R did in game 1. Heaven's Remix sticking to their same 3 bans: the Skarner, the Bard, and the Malphite. Now it's up to see what G2R will pick as their first pick, given that they are right now on the blue side. Yasuo is still open for Hammy to take if he does one in the middle lane. It has not been banned out, so even maybe not respecting that pick from him. But the Karthus has been left open, and that's exactly what gets locked in as the first pick for Hoka.
Yeah, the Malphite got banned instead of the Karthus, which is very interesting. That tells me that Rock, Paper, Scissors is looking to place a sort of a carry champion again in the top side. Of course, he can't play the Jax yet again, so what's it going to be, we'll have to see. The Karthus comes in, that opens up a lot of champions for the side of Hammy in the mid lane. Now he is free to pick up those AD champions for himself, as they already have a lot of AP damage coming in from the Karthus, as Jarvan is going to get locked for the side of Dead Eyes, and expect this should be an ADC pick right there. So let's see what Sixes decides to pick for himself. We have spoken about his Ezreal in the past as well. He is one of the better players, but looks like he's going to go with the MF instead.
Yeah, the MF was banned last time in the first base of banning, so now that's left open. They immediately picked that up for themselves. We did see a nice combo of the Maokai in MF yesterday, but hold that thought. What do I see here is that Yasuo locked in right here for Abby. It's been left open. They have an AP jungler, so an AD mid does not make that much of a difference, so they take the Yasuo for himself. So now we get to see the Hamibai on his Yasuo that gets banned out against him a lot. I think they want to deny the Maokai pick up from the side of HEAVENREMIX, so they were hovering that, but now that they're thinking better of it, they still, and at the end they do lock in that Maokai, so they can't wombo combo on the side of HEAVENREMIX. Now it's left to see yet what HEAVENREMIX will pick as their third pick.
Yeah, I really like that Maokai pickup. Can go towards that top side of the map, can go towards the jungle as well, but they already have the Karthus. Of course, you can play it at support as well. So, again, one of those picks like the Poppy from the previous game that can go everywhere, as the Mordekaiser is going to come in for the side of rock, paper, scissors. Not too sure why the Malphite was banned if you were going to pick up the Mordekaiser anyway, but don't think that matters too much as it's going to come in regardless. And now let's see what they decide to ban. The Silas is going to get banned. Silas is going to get banned. Like, not sure why. I'm very confused by that.
It's a bit confusing. He had a lot of good ultimates to pick up, maybe. I don't know what they were thinking in their minds, but yeah, that's what they want to ban against him. They already see that Yasuo is the one going in the mid lane, so why would you be banning that out? But Yasuo's want to play against the Ahri, so the Ahri eats the dirt, and instead now, because HEAVENREMIX have their ADC, they don't want G2R to become ADC, so the Ezreal yet again in the second phase of banning is going to see a grey icon above him, and now the Poppy will no longer be allowed. Poppy was used by the side of G2R, and now HEAVENREMIX will not be getting the opportunity to play it for themselves given it's banned out. So let's see what Thresh Senpai will be taking as the support alongside with him here.
Yeah, I think the Rel should come in. There you go with the MF right there. Rel is a great pickup. Could have gone for the Renata as well. I think we have seen Thresh Senpai play that champion really well as well, but it's going to be the Rel MF bot lane. Very, very common, very, very strong as well. So I really like that pickup. So far the draft from the side of HEAVENREMIX is looking really good. The Jhin is going to come in for the side of G2R, and this should be the top pickup to match that Mordekaiser in the lane. So let's see what Hades decides to pick for himself. Looks like he is hovering the Cassante for now. Another beefy champion along with the Maokai. They have a lot of damage as well, but never mind. It's going to be the Darius to answer the Mordekaiser in the lane, and rock, paper, scissors is going to have to play against one of the the really strongest snowbally early game champion in the Darius. That's going to be painful.
Yeah, that is, and especially if Hades is playing it, because this man is known for his Darius. He's brought it out in a bunch of tournaments if it is left open to him. But you can play a bit on the summoners of what the Darius runs, like the Flash, the Ghost, depending on how you want it. You won't have the TP. But now, as the last pick and the resort to the Yasuo in the mid lane, Zen will be picking up the Lissandra for himself, and this is looking pretty spicy. Both teams have OKCC like more on the side of HEAVENREMIX, obviously. But G2R with that Maokai, kind of global kind of ultimate with the he goes for it, and the Yasuo, you don't have many knock-ups for him except the Maokai going in that the Yasuo can trigger his ultimate or wombo combo off. Whereas on the side of HEAVENREMIX, the Rel, the Jarvan J4 ult plus the MF ult will be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I like the Lissandra into the Yasuo matchup. You can do really well. You can deny what a lot of what Yasuo wants to do. You can of course use the Frozen Tomb on him to lock him down in place. So that's a great pickup coming out from the side of HEAVENREMIX, who do look like they have a really good draft for themselves. But again, it comes down to how they can execute it in the Rift specifically. And the Darius in the top lane is just looking very strong, and it seems like he will have a free lane against the Mordecai. So that's something that Heaven Remix have to watch out for and try not to fall behind there. But draft wise, I think Haven Remix, they will be pretty happy with what they have drafted in this game too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really want to see Sixes step up. It's about time this man shows us what he's made of, because he is a really good ADC. Really want to see him make the score at least 1-1 in terms of series points, so that we can go to a crucial game 3 between them. But yeah, top side Hades will be dominant on that Darius. You have Hammy on his famous Yasuo. You get to see that. He's against a bit of a hard matchup, being the Lissandra pickup for Zen, and then Thresh Senpai on his Rel. I don't think anytime in this series they're going to let Thresh Senpai play his Thresh, because they're banning it out. And as you said, respecting the OTVs that Heaven Remix did not do, and then they paid the price for. So G2 are not making the same mistakes. I want to see if Hoka gets far ahead, just his R will be enough to get a lot, especially with the Dark Harvest that he should be running. I don't know how he wants to go for it. But yeah, the AP department, the Maokai and Hoka is there, so it allows the Yas to be played. Now the Mord will be struggling, so I really want to see how well he can adjust into the lane. And given how these people just hit at each other, like how Rock Paper Scissors against Hades even last game, right? The Jax versus the Poppy, they just didn't stop hitting each other. I just want to see how that works out, because the Mord is going to have to play a bit on the safer side this time at least.
Yeah, 100%. And as we already talked about, the Darius can be a really snowbally champion, so he should be getting a lot of priority towards that top side of the map. Hoka has a few winning lanes for him, so I think he should be fine just farming up towards that level 6 where he can get the Requiem and just stack up the Dark Harvest. So yeah, late game wise, I think Hoka will be able to carry this game. It's just about getting there in the first place to be able to do so. And now all the talk is done. We will be jumping into the game very, very shortly. And do you think it goes to 3 games in this one, Madness?
I'm saying, given how I see the comp, at least on paper, of the side of Heaven's Remix, they have a very good chance of taking it to game 3. I would say like a 70-80% chance given how they play it out. But I really want to see, Sixes. If Sixes make the same mistakes, it's not going to work out the way they do want to. Sixes has to position much better, especially now as the MF with that crucial ultimate that we'll have for the later team fights. Yeah. He has to step up and keep that positioning that he's very well known for. So I really want to see what he can bring to the table against the Jhin in his counter lane. Now the Jhin Maokai lane is a very hard lane to play against. The Rel with a nice good amount of engages from the side of Thresh Senpai can neutralize a lot of that. Last time we did see the Atakan spawn top side, given how the fights did break out, and I'm assuming again that's exactly what's going to happen, because I don't think, even if the Mord's on a bit of a back foot given the matchup, he's going to stop trying to go for those trades against the Darius. That's just how these players are, how aggressive they are. And hopefully this time G2R don't give a first blood away the same way they gave it last time on that Jinx.
Yeah, 100%. I was going to say that as well, just try not to give out any silly first bloods. As we say that, we are going to jump into this game 2 of the series between G2R and HRX, and there you go, 5-man stack coming in again for the side of HRX, but don't expect any early game shenanigans coming in from the side of G2R.
Yeah, just look where the Jhin is standing. He's standing as far away as he can from that Tribush, because he knows something like this might just happen again. They put the wards down. They are going for the... You can see them backing up for the top side. The Mord's already going to be heading there. G2R's jungler, top, and mid are going for a bit of a deep run for some maybe vision later on for their side. And you can see junglering side, the Jarvan wants to start from his red buff, so we'll be walking up with that. I think it's going to be a bit of a trap setup coming in from G2R. They're all going to be sitting there in that bush, and the Jarvan's going to be walking right into it. Only has the flag, is trying to run away. The exhaust is changed on him, but the flash does save his life. So that's an exhaust for a flash burnt out, and now the jungler has to maybe reset. Given his HP bar right now, he's very going to be hard to run in, and they really want to take this red buff away from the side of Heaven's Remix. G2R are fighting for this red buff like their life depends on it. The rest of HRX are trying to converge on here. You see the mid laners Zen, Thresh Senpai on the Rel are going forward. The red buff is taken away. Now it's a 2 versus 2, and you can see the amount of damage that red buff is doing, and there I think Thresh Senpai is going to fall for it. Zen might also be looking to... He does flash over the wall just in time. But again, first blood this time picked up by the members of G2R after that aggression shown in the jungle of HRX.
Yeah, I think that's a very poor call coming in from the side of HRX to try to fight that. Uh, Thresh Senpai loses his flash, ends up dying regardless. Deadeyes was very, very low, so he could not join that fight. And in the mid lane, Zen, oh, he is so low right now. Does not have the flash himself. So, yeah, the Jarvan just level 1 still, he just got back from the base, has not even started his camp as of yet. And there you go, the Karthus is on the blue buff as well, trying to secure that, denying the J4 from any camps whatsoever. But he is going to jump in and smite that away. But again, he goes down for his troubles right there. Sixes gets rooted up, barrier used by the Jin. And let's see if he is able
But
to finish
Yasuo
that
is also
kill
here to
off.
try and
Yasuo
do
is here
something.
as well.
The Maokai does go
And-
in. But Thresh Senpai is dangerously
God.
low. The flash forward by Hammy does secure the kill onto them, but Sixes is doing a lot of damage, and then Yasuo just walks back into him to maybe create some more distance for the rest of his team members to run away. It's been 3 minutes, there's 3 kills on both sides right now, and if we thought the first game was action-packed, this one is even more at this point, and look at that more, the bleed damage that's being put onto him. But Pulls underneath the turret, the bleed's gonna be enough given that auto that reset. The bleed stacks onto the Mord, and as we said, he's gonna have a hard time against the Dereks, but he's still going in for those dangerous trades.
Yeah, that's going to be a solo kill towards that top side of the map as well. Everything on sixes right now. 3 kills for him. He just got those as well towards that bot side of the map. Has the 150 gold shutdown bounty for himself. Is going to recall, maybe pick up the BF sword or the serrated dirk for himself. So he seems like the only way already that HRX will be looking to play and win around. The BF sword comes in for him, so he is at a very big advantage, but the rest of the map is falling apart already for the side of HRX
Oh
in
my
this
god,
game
they're
too.
just not letting this Jarvan live at all. He tries to walk into his own jungle, and what does he see there? Karthus already waiting for him. The flag does ping out the location of the Karthus, and the bot side, the Rel is trying to maybe jump forward, but nothing's better of it. The sapling thrown over by the Maokai into that bush, gets triggered by the Rel walking up to it, but the Sixes is pretty fed, has a BF sword, has the double buffs on him, so will be doing a ton of damage, and you have to be mindful if you're the bot side of G2R for that.
Yeah, 100%. As you said that, again, the J4 is getting chased off from the Scuttle Crab as well. Might end up getting caught, never mind. But he, as you pointed out earlier, he is getting no camps whatsoever. Look at his jungle. Everything is gone and picked up from the side of Hoka on that Karthus, who still has 5 camps up for himself. So that's the sort of lead that we are looking at. If Hoka is able to clear all of that in the next 3-4 minutes or so, he's just going to be so far ahead on the Karthus, who will obviously outscale the Jarvan as well as the game goes on. Uh, yeah, just a
Yeah,
very,
but
very bad place for the Jarvan to be in.
Yeah, the J4 is just being chased off legit everything. Nothing is letting him breathe. Now onto that, Hammy's going in onto Zen, getting some good trades out. But here's the J4. He's come back for revenge to try and pick up a kill for himself. On the top side, the Mord is going for even exchanges, but it's not enough.
Oh, yeah.
Darius got one more hit. That's enough on him given the stacks. The Mordekaiser does flash away, does just survive, but by a slither of HP, he has to back at this point. Otherwise, he will end up going down if the Darius even lands one extended Q onto him. The Rel and Sixes combo are running havoc in the bot side. They have completely pressurized this lane. They should give some prior towards the Drake side, given, but Hoka does pick up all his camps as well. And look at the CS difference, 40 for Hoka, while J4 on Deadeyes only have 18. And there goes the Yasuo. He does go in, does trade his life off of it. But that's such a nice placement of the wave for him. He's just crashing under the turret, and it's going to be nice so much for Zen. The top side fights are still bringing up the shield, saving Mordekaiser's life. The Karthus was there, but just not in time. He does end up taking down the Mordekaiser, but not before Darius falls down as well.
Yeah, Hades ran out of mana there actually after the apprehend on to the Mordekaiser. But again, you look at the wave that has been lost from the side of rock, paper, scissors towards the top side of the map. 10 CS ahead already for Hades. Add to that the solo kill as well in the mid lane as well. A good death to give away if you're denying so much farm from the enemy Lissandra. So Hammy, I don't think he's going to lose any sleep over that. Has the Vampiric Scepter completed for himself, so he can sustain pretty well into the lane. Is well 20 CS up almost as well as looks like we might see a fight here. The Lissandra is going to claw away from trouble. All three grubs picked up from the side of G2R in this one as Death Realm comes in onto Hoka, who is surviving and survived quite a lot. Actually, there is going to use the Requiem as well, but this might turn ugly for the side of
There's
G2R
not enough
as a
damage
double
for the side
kill.
of G2R Hoka. So Hammy does get a
Oh,
kill
bit
onto
of
the
a
mod,
knockup.
but does go in a triple kill.
Oh,
But that's
how
for the
unfortunate is
Rel.
that?
That's so unfortunate. At least Lissandra gets a kill for herself, but that was just an exchange that kept on going after those fights at the grubs. And unfortunately, 3 of those kills went over to the support of Heaven's Remix.
Yeah. I think G2R will be thanking their stars after that skirmish. 3 kills onto the Rel, only 1 to the Lissandra. And these sort of team fights, if the Lissandra can get 1 kill or 1 death, onto the enemy team uh, before anything happens, just the passive keeps on stacking, and that's exactly what happens. I really don't like this Blackfire Torch build, though. We saw it from Termi as well last night. Seeing it again from Zen, when you can go for Malignance, which will reduce the a CD as well of your ultimate. I think you should always be looking to make that as towards the top side of the map. Hades is going to flash away, uses his ultimate as well, but rock paper scissors just too tanky as Hammy is here to rescue his top laner. Misses the cyclone unfortunately, so won't be able to use his ultimate onto the Jarvan, but Jarvan going so low right there. Lissandra's coming in as well. The Hoka is here as well, uses the death gates, and oh, that might be a kill.
Oh, he does have ultimate. No, he doesn't have ultimate. It's on
He
cooldown.
does not have the ultimate. They are just
my
waiting
God,
for
look at those
Hades to
HP
push up this
bars.
lane.
They really are waiting for it. Now the members of HRX are left in a point.
Oh,
but
really
Hades
good
will be
turn onto
going
Hades
down.
right there.
It's
Oh,
a 2
that's a
for
2 for
1
1 though.
in favor of G2R. But yeah, Hades did sacrifice his life. And Amy went for, the faster recall with that execution onto him. So that's what he's gone for over there. We're just going to call it that. But Lissandra's pushed in the wave pretty deep in mid side, and he's trying to move his way bot side. So maybe make a play that way, given how far the lane has been pushed for him. Sixes is doing a bunch of damage, but gets hit by the W, gets hit by the Maokai, gets pushed underneath the turret, has gone very, very low. But there comes Zen in from the backline, forces a flash out of the Jhin, and the kill is also picked up by him. But now comes the ultimate from the Karthus, but it doesn't get a kill. Look at that HP bar on Thresh Senpai. You can barely see it out of the corner of your eye. And Hoka will be just so dismayed that he did not get a kill out of all of that. Nice flag and drag after the ult was channeled by the MF. Picks up the kill onto the Jhin. And the action, as we do say, does not stop. The TP in from Zen into the mid lane to match against Hammy. Hammy's gone 4-4-1. Already has the Blade of the Ruin King and is looking very significantly also in CS numbers compared to the Lissandra.
Yeah, so many blinking HP bars towards that bot side of the map. Dead Eyes surviving barely. In the top lane, Flash is burned from the side of Rock, Paper, Scissors. He is going to use the Death Realm, but gets dunked. That's going to be another solo kill. 1-5-5 for the side of Rock, Paper, Scissors right there. Not having the best of the games. And Hades just making this blind Mordekaiser pick pay, and this is what we like to see because the mod has been quite prevalent in the scene. As Thresh Senpai finds himself towards that mid side of the map, is going to go in on the Yasuo, but I think he's fine. Has the flash up, has the cleanse as well if the Frozen Tomb came in, but Zen did not have that available for himself. The first items have started to come in now. The Bloodthirster completed for the MF, Blackfire Torch for the Lissandra, as Thresh Senpai is still strolling around, goes towards that top side of the map, but look at the Darius. He has some fancy feat for himself, is dodging quite
no
a lot
mana,
of things, uses the
unfortunately.
Q as well. Yeah, no mana unfortunately. That's a lot of time and members committed towards that top side of the map, as the Grubs have spawned and all 6 will be picked up. Oh, that's a beautiful 3-man ultimate coming in from Hammy. Has to cleanse and flash away, though Maokai might end up dying. He's going to flash away as well. A great engage, just lacking that damage right now, but I don't think they'll be complaining, after picking all 6 grubs for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Take all 6 grubs, but Sixes does get the solo kill onto the Jin in the bot side. That is expected how far ahead he is, and they're not letting this Karthus dictate the way the jungle works anymore. Karthus goes down, but after his death, he's still picking up kills left, right, and center. Picks up the J4, gets the shutdown that the Rel had got after he got the triple kill, and that's much more money in the pockets of Hoka right there. And as you can see on your map, 6 grubs were picked up by G2R and they did get first blood. So now it is up to them to get the next epic monster that will give them the feats of strength or the first turret. I think they are looking to pick that up in the mid side. They're getting a lot of plates, but I don't think it's even close in numbers of getting the turret. And the fight will be breaking out towards this Drake. If the Drake is picked up by G2R, they will have the feats of strength and they upgraded tier 2s and then they can upgrade to tier 3 later on for their boots. The top side, this fight is just keeps on going on. Rock Paper Scissors is not learning his lesson. He keeps on going for the engages, but hold up, the fight breaks out towards the Dragon Pit. The Rel has gone in deep, but this blinking HP part of the side of G2R. They are on the losing side of this matchup. The Jin's trying to do as much damage with his port shot. It does get flashed away, and the only kill was picked up onto the support there in that exchange, but maybe not enough. And now the Jin does walk forward, but is very dangerously low. Hits the port shot, but it's not enough. The flash forward by Sixes picks up his 7th kill of the game for 0 deaths and has the bloodthirst, so will be also lifestealing off this Drake. Allows HRX to pick up this Drake and delay G2R from getting the feats of strength. But no, they got that turret in the top side, that first turret, so that allows them to actually do get the feats of strength.
Yeah, as you said that 2 out of 3 objectives picked up for them. The Triforce completed for the side of Darius. 7 kills onto 6s, but I still feel like it's a very hard game for him to play in. Especially with the Yasuo wind wall, the whole bullet time can get blocked by that, so it's a really hard game for him to play. The Lissandra is doing her bit in the early game, 3-1 and 7 for Zen. 250 gold shutdown. He has done pretty well in this matchup, except for the kill trade that had happened in the mid lane. But in the team fights, I think it's still very, very hard for the side of HRX, especially because of the how far ahead the Darius is. If he gets one reset in the fight, he might just get the pentakill. I mean, look at the CS difference as well towards that top side of the map, and add to that the 3-4 solo kills that we have seen. It has been a total demolition job towards the top side of the map, as Karthus is going to get caught, but Darius is here and you do not want to fight around him, but the bullet time is going to come in. Hades has to flash away from trouble. Great engage there by Dead Eyes. Gets the 2-man knockup into a 2-man cataclysm, followed up with the bullet time, and that's going to be Hoka dying for the 5th time already in this game too.
Yeah, that's after he had a substantial lead. Look at the difference in CS between Deadeye and Hoka even now, and Hoka denied so much, but he ends up dying quite a bit as well. Now they try to go in. Nice Q3 from the Yasuo, prevents the Rel from jumping up onto him. The wind wall does block a bunch of damage as well, but Hammy just not having that good a performance as he did as the Aurelia, but he has been against a counter matchup as well this time, so is struggling a bit. Overall, the kills are looking 12 to HRX, 15 to G2R, but the goal is not that much apart. Around 600 gold towards the side of HRX, especially after all of this. But now feats of strength have been picked by G2R, and HRX are now starting the Rift Herald. I don't think there's any way G2R does match this. They may be looking for something else, and once again Hoka is found in the opposite jungle instead of his own.
Yeah, Hoka just farming it out. Look at the CS difference as well in the jungle, right? 67 to 120 of Hoka right there. So he is like a level ahead. But again, the Rift Herald gets picked up from the side of Dead Eyes as Frozen Tomb is going to come in, and Hoka misstepping right there, should not have gotten caught, but Sixes gets caught actually instead. The root comes in from the Maokai, and there you go, the Death Realm onto the Jin right there. Gets the kill for Rock Paper Scissors, is going to try to pull back the Maokai, who has to flash away from trouble. A 2-for-1 in all for the side of HRX again, but the gold is buying even, and a huge shutdown bounty picked up for the side of Hoka, I believe it was, uh, and that gets him a completed item in Shadow Flame, and that Karthus ult is going to hurt so much now that he is one completed item ahead of the Jarvan right there, as Zen
Yeah.
might be in trouble, does
Zen
not have the
really
Frozen Tomb available.
doesn't have the frozen 2, but has the red buff and the blue buff. Does a lot of burn damage. This Karthus can kite this Mord quite a bit, especially after the pull of the Mord did fail out. He has to dodge some of these Qs. They are battling it up. The Smite has even been used. The Jin's also here with his W. The Mord has gone very low, and he does go down to the gray screen, and that's a very, very dead Mordekaiser. But the Yasuo has been chasing on the opposite end. There you can see Deadeyes did jump forward after the flash with the Cataclysm, with the flash matched by the Yasuo to jump into the Wraith Pit just to survive. So all in all, kills are being chased, and this Darius is someone you don't want to meet on the side lane. Who on the side of HRX can even match Darius on the side lane over here?
Yeah, I really don't think anyone can, honestly. You can see he's building the MR, as well as Hammy ends up dying to Sixes yet again, who goes 9-1 and 4. Has the LDR completed, has the BT as well available to him. Thresh Senpai jumping in right there, trying to hop onto the Maokai, but I don't think that's going to trouble the Maokai too much, as the Maokai ultimate comes in. The curtain call is going to come in as well. Thresh Senpai gets pulled back, and let's see if the Darius can get a reset. There you go, first kill. Oh, this is a big ultimate from Karthus. Is going to finish off Zen,
He's just getting
as
shutdowns
well
and
as
shutdowns
the
of our
W.
ultimates.
Yeah, W did catch Sixes right there, but I think he is fine. Very close fights going on right. The Death Realm is available and is going to get used. But
I
the
don't
Jin
think
is
there's
already
any way.
0-4. He's not giving a lot of gold.
Yeah.
So, killing him and then trading your life is certainly not worth it, as Hammy is going to pick up his 5th kill of the game. Using it on the Jin does not make any sense at all. 0-5 and 7, barely any gold to give right there. Maokai goes in. The Jarvan is here as well. Great apprehend into the ultimate from Yasuo, but he's going to get stunned right there, and not able to move too much. The Dragon was, has it been picked up yet? I don't think
Oh,
so.
it
The
has
Dragon
not.
has been started
And
from
now
the
it's
side
the
of HRX.
HRX going onto it. And unfortunately, Darius got killed by the ricochet of the MF bullet to the Yasuo. That was very unlucky for him. Did a bunch of damage to him, so he goes down for that. And I think maybe because of what Mordekaiser did, it did buy some time for HRX to actually come up in time for this fight. So maybe that is the saving grace for them at this point. But now Hoka is very fair as well. 876. The Dark Seal doesn't have that many stacks, but his Dark Harvest will be having a huge amount into it, especially with his ultimate. He's getting a lot of shutdowns every time he's activating his R. And it just looks like this MF is the one that you have to look out for, right? 10-1 in fight. Bloodthirster, Lord Dom's clear. Going for maybe the rapid fire next. And it's all hell is breaking loose. Now the Adakan has also been formed. And who could have guessed it? Towards the top side of the river, where most of the fights had happened in the beginning parts of this game. And it looks like all the members of G2R are surrounding the Adakan right now. They're trying to clear as much vision. The MF is currently recalling and will have to speed her time here over with the strut just to make it in time. It looks like the members of G2R are surrounding the Mordekaiser and the Lissandra, trying to cut off as many members as they can. The Jarvan does go forward. He does hit the flag and drag. Hammy is gone very low. The Cataclysm is enough to claim his life. On the other side, the Lissandra goes down. Here comes the bullet time. There goes the there goes the Maokai. There goes the Jin. There goes the Darius. There goes the Karthus. It is an ace for just Zen falling down in that team fight, and they will be picking up the Atakan after all. And it looks like HRX are right now in the driving seat of this match over here, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. Look at the goal lead as well. Let's get a replay of that fight and see what started it. As it was an ace for the side of HRX very early on, 21 minutes. Uh, G2 are getting very lucky because this is the new rep, right? So they won't be losing the Baron. But right here, again, Hammy getting caught, does not even get to move at all in this team fight, uses his ultimate but is going to die immediately after the Cataclysm is used by Deadeyes, and after that a beautiful bullet time finishes off coin flipper, and yeah, there you go, the ace comes in for the side of HRX. The Requiem comes in, but not to great effect right there, as the shields from Mordekaiser and Rel is going to deny the damage that was coming in. But again, Hoka getting so close to that death cap as well. So this game, while um, in kills it looks quite even, I don't think it's over just yet.
Yeah, it's definitely not over at all. The fights will be breaking out as much as you want to. As you can see, 22 minutes, 21 kills for G2R, 32 for Heaven's Remix. They have 3 Drakes. The next Drake will be their soul. They are currently on soul point for the Cloud Drake. That added movement speed will be a bonus against champions like Darius and the Yasuo.
Rock,
Flash
paper,
being burned by
scissors.
the Mordekaiser to get out of that fight over there. So he doesn't have it for the next. But look at this. All the members of Heaven Remix are here for backup. They're like, we've got you, buddy. You burnt a flash. We'll take the Darius's life for that. And Darius is running to the hills. There's not many places he can go. Sixes has gone unstoppable yet again. The man is 13-1 in 5. 3 completed items. The Mordekaiser will be TPing to the mid lane to try and save the turret over there. Saves it successfully. Pulls back the Maokai in. Does activate the death drum onto him. I don't think he can do much with the Lissandras here. As soon as the death room plays to maybe
Yeah, but the
finish
team
off
is
the
coming
kill.
in from the side as well. There you go. Six is just dealing so much damage with his first auto there. Kills the Maokai as well, so that's going to be a 2 for nothing trade, as all 5 members make that 4 members from the side of HRX just going to run towards that mid side of the map, trying to claim the inhibitor for themselves, as Hammy picks up the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. The engage comes in from Dead Eyes. The Cataclysm going to find the Karthus yet again, and let's see if there are more kills to be had right here. The Lissandra goes down on the side lane. Uh, Hammy going to take that kill, as the ultimate from Maokai comes in to try to clear the wave, and I think they are going to be very happy with the outcome of this as well. But the minions are coming in, and the Jin has the biggest
Oh my
task in his hand
God.
to fight 4 versus 1, and there you go, he gets a
He's
triple
doing it.
kill for his troubles. And Hammy is still pushing right here, is going to get the inhib, might even get a Nexus turret. They are trying to stop the recall that's going to come in from the MF. 10 seconds and Zen will be respawning as well. I don't think Hammy will be able to end this game, but even picking up uh, 2 turrets, 3 turrets even in a single push and a kill, I think he is going to be a really happy camper right there.
He did more than what Heaven's Remix did in the mid lane, right? They got 1 turret, they got 2, they got the next. They didn't get any Nexus turrets. He got 1 Nexus turret as well. So he did much more after his 1v1
And
against
they might
Zed,
be
where,
deny the
when he
Dragon
used the
Soul as
cleanse.
well.
Yeah, and they're going to deny the Dragon Soul. Yeah, there's no way HRX gets here in time, especially with the damage Hammy's putting out with Hoka close by. But they're going to have to run for the hills as soon as they get this Drake, so they don't get caught out by members of Heaven Remix. And that's exactly what they do. Just get out just in time. And so much has been denied by the members. MF has got her Guardian Angel as well for the next fight, so she can be in even more precarious situations. Pause has just been issued, but we will get shortly back into it. So it gives a bit of a breather to look about the stats overall of the match. As you can see, in terms of gold, only HRX is 500 gold up right now, not that much. In the last push over, you can see how Jin plays this almost to perfection, keeps his distance, goes in, gets 1 shot, falls back once he's getting rained down upon, goes back in once the Maokai is being focused. He knows that nobody else is looking at him, gets his 4th shot off, goes back, gets the reload, comes back in, gets the Q bounce off as well, gets more shots done, gets his triple kill at the end of the day with this shot onto the Mord. The 4th shot does so much damage, goes through that shield completely, and only 6 is left alive. Hammy completely trusting his ADC, falls back behind, does not give any moment's notice, didn't even try to recall, instead gets his own push through, gets the inhibitor, gets a one Nexus turret, and then falls back without any harm.
Yeah, and just look at how much gold Hammy is sitting on right now, 2,666. So he wants to go back, pick up the BF sword, get the cloak of agility if he wants to, uh, get that critical strike going on for him. And just looking at the goal difference, 12,837 for the side of Hoka, who's almost 2,000, well, more than 2,000 gold ahead in the jungle role. But the biggest difference is towards that AD carry. 9281 versus 13707. That's a 4,000 goal lead for the side of sixes towards that bot side of the map. And HRX's bot lane have been doing really well because they are the ones carrying so much gold and being ahead as a team in terms of gold by only 500, not the biggest of margins, as the Maokai has reconnected back in. So we should be jumping into the game pretty soon. And this has been pretty exhilarating. The fights have been non-stop, as you can already see. 60 something kills have already happened in this game. So yeah, I mean, can't wait to see what happens next. The Baron is on the map as well. um, Hammy just did so much damage to the enemy base with that push towards that bot side of the map.
Yeah, and that's just how how the cookie crumbled this match, at least, right? Hammy did do his nice push, was splitting it very well, and we were talking about how is G2R going to come back from this. Is one of the avenues that they can go through, right?
Yes.
When the rest
Yeah,
of the team is
100%.
focused here, Hammy goes through there, Jin stopping it enough at base, not even a single Nexus turret goes down, and this is just how it is going for them. Hammy didn't have the best of time during the laning phase, but now is catching up quite a bit. As you said, he had around 2,600 gold just before he's going to recall or get to base right now, buy some more items for himself. And it's just nice to see that Sixes has stepped up in a huge way this game. This man is doing what I expected of him. He is the one on the forefront for his team, and he's one of their proper win cons for actually going to a game 3 of the series.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a different player from that game one anyway. The Ash, not the best performance by Sixes, but on the MF, he's showing up really big. So, yeah, as you said, Sixes needed to come in and perform, and that's exactly what he's going to do right now. Again, this game is too close to comfort anyway. Any sort of team fights, any sort of resets from the side of Darius can change the trajectory of the team fights that have been coming in so far. But they need to find the marksman towards that backline on Sixes. As we jump right back into the game has been unpaused. The Baron has been started from the side of HRX. I do think G2R should have an idea that this is going on. And
But
let's
will they
see
even
if
get here in
decide to
time?
come-
I don't think they have. I don't think they are even going to contest it. They're just giving it up at this point. Because you can see Hammy's in the bot side, right? He doesn't have a TP, he has a running cleanse instead of that summoner. So he's no way he can get into the fight. They know without him, it's going to be a tough time to try and go for any fight that way. And now Hammy's just going to continue on his split pushing path, just doing what he wants. I've got the Baron and are now pushing top side lane. You can see 4 members are going. The Lissandra has gone to try and match the Yasuo, and Yasuo recognizing that is going to try and back off. Maybe he's going to get more of the wave once he sees the Lissandra has left him alone. But now HRX pick up the tier 2 for complete ease in the top side for themselves, and now are marching their way closer and closer to victory.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to be pretty difficult again for them to end the game, as Maokai can obviously use his ultimate to deny um, the push coming in from the side of HRX. And there you go, Hammy flashes in, is going to connect his tornado onto Zen, who will use his frozen tomb and claw away from Hammy right there. Trying to make the play. If he was if he had succeeded in getting the kill, that would have put a lot of pressure onto the side of HRX, as they are going to push the top lane in 4-man strong. The ultimate from Maokai comes in. Hammy still pushing towards the Nexus turrets. The curtain call is going to get used as well. The fourth bullet finds Deadeye, is not going to deal a lot of damage. Uh, that's the second inhibitor that G2R is going to lose right there. Uh, yeah, Hammy still pushing HRX's bot lane. Uh, Not sure what's happening there. Maybe he should look to recall and join his team back. As you can see, the pings are coming in for the side of HRX. They want to push towards the bot side of the map now. So let's see if there's any fight to be had. The Karthus is pretty strong. Just picked up his Seeker's arm guard as well. So he is very ready to, start team fighting and take it from there. As the third item, I believe, is going to come in for the Jin as well. Looks like the Lord Dominic's regards. It's going to be. And yeah, just again, the goal difference 3,000 finally for the side of HRX, but not sure who is going to take this one. It's just a very close game so far.
Yeah, this is the build pattern the Jin has to go because he wasn't getting enough gold, right? He can't go for, IE as second. He has to go for the Yomu's Ghost Blade as his second item, but it does make sense here given he has to run away from a lot of things. But now the Drake coming up in around 1 minute 15 seconds time is where everyone will have their eyes on, especially HRX. This is their solo Drake, but with this Baron buff just before that, they're going to try and get this tier 2 for themselves. I don't think G2 are in a position to challenge it. So instead, what are they doing? They're sending Hammy yet again in another side lane. He pushed in that way. That wave will probably claim that tier 1 mid turret of HRX in the meantime, and then Hammy's going to be making his way down here where the fight might be breaking out anytime. Hammy's keeping on the side and on the periphery of the fight, and they have to get the top wave. But if they go for the top wave, they have to match it fast enough that they go for Drake as well. So I don't see, that's why they're sending 2 members to clear it out as fast as you can, and HRX are getting their own resets before they head in for that fight.
Yeah, I think G2R is just not going to fight for that Dragon Soul. It is the Cloud Drake after all, not the best soul in the game. If it was a Hextech Soul or the Infernal, even Mountain, even Ocean for that matter, I think the fight would have happened. But looks like that's not the case in this one, as Hades is going to push out the top lane. Hammy's there as well. He is going to take care of the wave that's coming in right now, as Maokai has disconnected again.
Not again.
Let's see if we go into a pause again for that. But yeah, the dragon has spawned. It is well secured by HRX. That's going to be the soul for them. The Cloud Drake soul really good on Lissandra, the Jarvan as well, the Rel as well. So these champions can make full use of it. As the
And that MF
pause
is gonna
finally
move
does
so
come
fast.
in. Yeah, I mean, she already moves too fast
Yeah.
anyway with the W, but yeah, after the soul, yeah, that's going to be a very fast MF. As we go into another pause, hopefully whatever's happening gets resolved very quickly.
Yeah, I hope so too. The Maokai has seemed to disconnect yet again, so we will probably go for it. Might be also playing a bit in mental of the, might be playing a bit into the mental of some of these players taking these breaks in between, right? So we're gonna have to work through that. But yeah, the Darius is not the one that we're seeing side push. Instead, it's gonna be Hammy by on that. Yasuo is the one who's leading the charge on the side lanes. Wherever his team is, he's almost on the opposite side, trying to push it that way, and they're trying to get victory that way. Given how far Heaven's Remix is, and they tried to deny much of the Baron buff, but it still didn't work out. Heaven's Remix sent one person back, being that Lissandra. She did not die to Hammy when Hammy went for the fight. That's enough to delay that Heaven's Remix get their own push in, and the strategy of G2 are just not working to the way they wanted to.
Yeah, 100%. Hades got so many solo kills towards that top side of the map, but has faded away since the mid game and late game now specifically. I believe he is down in levels already to rock, paper, and scissors. So I think that's a really unfortunate thing that has happened towards the top side of the map after really, hard winning the lane. And yeah, it looks like we will be going into game 3 after all, because HRX have the lead, have a really fed success on that Misfortune, who has, not taken any bad steps so far in this game. And
Absolutely.
yeah, they should be, especially after the Dragon Soul as well, should be favorites to close out the game, as we jump back into the game to see the conclusion of this game to the curtain call was used. The Karthus has ended up dying somehow. The flash has been burned, Cataclysm as well from the side of Jarvan. So I think that's what happened there. Uh, Hoka still has his Zonias up, so maybe he forgot to use that. And yeah, I mean, quite an image to go
Quite a
back
bit.
into right there.
Yeah, and
As the
the
Maokai
mod
comes
has
in.
TP'd into this fight as well. The Rel just goes in, flashes forward, ultimates as well. Is Chainsy seeing so many members of G2R, and I think this is the beginning of the end for HRX. They are doing so much damage right now. Sixes is left alone to his own devices. There gets pulled back the Maokai, and that's Habiba just running for the hills. He's taking so much. Sixes flashes forward. It's a triple kill for the top laner of HRX in that mod, and this is looking like the beginning of the end. And I think there's nothing
I
else
mean,
the
this is
members of
the end.
G2R this is the end. And G2R are out of this game, but we are going to see it all settled in game 3 of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I mean, monster performance from the side of Sixes right there, carrying his team 16-1 and 11 on the MF. That's one of the most, high scoring games that he has had. As we see 2 sixes on the screen, is it 2 different people? I'm not too sure. I'm not a racist, guys. It's just very confusing. So, but having said that, Sixes, playing so well in this game too, finally showing up, and that's what we expect from Sixes. Honestly, 16-1 and 11. I mean, that is phenomenal, even for him against G2R.
Yeah, and shout out to Hades because he did a really good job on the Darius, but as you said, fell off towards the later parts of the different parts of the game, right? Like he was the one getting the solo kills but couldn't do much with it, and it was left to Hammy to try and sideline as much as he can. But an excellent engage from Thresh Senpai towards that last fight where he jumps in, flashes in, gets his ultimate off, then CCs 4 more people off. Just not much you can do in the side of G2R. Hammy's the only one left, running away. Six is like, no, you don't do that. Flashes forward, gets that kill, and he's come back a completely different man than game 1. I can't wait to see what this guy brings in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, but now he won't be able to pick his MF as well because of that performance and having played it already. Yeah, 1-1. I mean, that's what we expected, right? Lower bracket round 2. Whoever loses is eliminated. So these guys are fighting for their lives here. And yeah, G2R just missing a step right there, as we will see in the upcoming Nexus knockout moments. This is a montage, this is a highlight of Sixes in this game. Like, so many kills, so many deaths, so many fights and skirmishes all around, but this man only managed to die once and picked up 16 kills for himself.
And it was looking like very good for G2R in the beginning, given how much Hoka was denying for Deadeyes, right? There was just so much going out. But all those 3 beginning kills went over to Sixes, and that's where this man started to snowball from. He gets that double kill over there, gets him to the 3 kill mark, and he just wreaks havoc in these fights. Even this one right here, you can see the members of G2R think that they are the driving seat, but there goes Thresh Senpai. He's also played excellent in this game where he jumps forward with his flashes. You can see Hammy is trying to do so much, but after the ult he becomes a bit too stationary. He's the one who's falling down for their side. If he doesn't have his cleanse or his flash up, it's very hard in those fights. Here the Rel unfortunately gets a triple kill for himself. It did delay some of the kills going over to his other teammates, but it still was enough for HRX to get over the mark. They even managed to get most of the Drakes. Only one Drake went over to G2R, which delayed when they delayed the solo Drake that HRX was supposed to get. That's all they could say in terms of the Drake department. They did get the feats of strength, but it just was not enough for them to end up winning this game.
Yeah, as you said that. But I do think there are going to be some changes in drafts coming out from the side of G2R. In the game 3, the Karthus is not work out as well. The Yasuo left a lot to be desired as well from the side of Hammy, especially getting countered by that Lissandra. Maybe should have banned that champion there. But yeah, this was a really close game till it wasn't, when the Baron was picked up and the ace had happened towards the top side of the map. But in the 5v5, there was no way G2R could have, ever fought, especially when the Jhin was 0-5 and 0-6 or something like that, falling so far behind his enemy number right there. So yeah, just a uphill battle, and this is the fight, right? The MF gets a beautiful bullet time. They get the ace right here. They get the Atakan as well. The Requiem does not get any kill whatsoever, and I think this was the turning point of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where I thought HRX could be going in for the kill, but it was just enough from the Jin to, prevent them from ending the game while Hammy was getting his own situation down in the top side, gets his kill on the Lissandra, gets his turrets, gets the inhib, gets even one Nexus turret. So I thought that was maybe the game plan G2R were going for, maybe to allow these back pushes to go, backdoors to go through. But sometimes the Lissandra was enough to match the Yasuo if he wasn't getting caught out. And this last fight, where the Rel just jumps in like the superhero that he is, gets an excellent engage. Props to Thresh Senpai. And then Six is left to his own devices. The Mord gets a triple. Six flashes forward to finish off the last member of G2R being Hammy. And that is them equalizing the series to 1-1 over here.
Yeah.
And that is a 32-minute game. 42 kills for HRX and 25 kills for G2R. So many kills this game got.
Yeah, so many kills. Look at the bloody petals as well. 60 for the side of HRX to 18 from the side of G2R. Of course, the Atakan was picked up by HRX right there. 11 turrets to 5. Dragon Soul picked up as well for them, along with one Baron, one Rift Herald as well. So a very close game, but very well played from the side of Sixes. Carrying his team. Shout out to Thresh Senpai as well. I thought his engages were pretty good in these team fights, just not hesitating and being clutch all around. But yeah, guys, that was game 2. We are now tied 1-1 in this series. Let's look at the Rift Renegade MVP for that game 2, but I don't think that should come in as a surprise to anyone. Yeah. It has to be Sixes. 16, 1 and 11, over 1000 damage per minute, 7.7 CS per minute, and 17.5k almost gold to himself. He was the star performer in this game.
Yeah, absolutely was the star performer in this game. Played phenomenally well, and a complete different man than the Ashe he was on game 1. 16, 1, 11. He was I think 13-0 at one point. He just, not 13-0, something like 7-0 something. He was just doing phenomenally good, and he was positioning very well. So many good crucial bullet times after the engages from Thresh Senpai and the Cataclysm from the Jarvan that was locking in the other team. His bullet times were hitting on point. He was positioning so well. Only dies one time in such a highly kill-hungry kind of contest that was done between these two teams. That's just props to the man and the change around that he's brought in his performance between game 1 and game 2. And hopefully we get to see more of it in game 3, or maybe a different champion, because his MF is locked out due to the Fearless Draft rule. So I just want to see what he brings out, and hopefully it might be that Ezreal that he loves to play.
Yeah, maybe that's what we are going to see, as that was the conclusion of game 2. This has been a very, very close series so far, and we will be going all the way in this one, as game 3 will be coming up shortly after a very short break. So we'll see you on the other side.
You can't knock me down. You can't knock me down. You can't knock me down. You can't knock me from the broken in the fire, through the ashes we will climb. The dust will settle, we will not. All together we will rise. should run for cover. Next time let the giants slumber. They wanna keep me down. No amount of your words get humble. That spirit never refused to crumble. Got the roaring line reduced to mumbles. 2 a.m. on first. Imitate vultures how they lurk. 10 toes with it, I'm out of eye with you, boy. Challenge the best with your worst. This is my turf. Way I move is inertia. Can't be stopped, it's unheard of. From the dirt, sweat got my feet muddy. Spin my wins, they might search you. On my word, path took plenty turns. And wrote my confidence in cursive. When submerged, I found resolving my purpose and tell you about it back on surface. I survived. I survived. Ever been lost in the woods, praying that it don't get dark? Ooh. Ever been in a situation couldn't win, but you still had heart? Yeah, if you anything like me, evolve from chum to shark, the hunger starts to grow in parts you didn't know you had. It's like that, flip the switch, turn it up, and I'm giving it gas. I lock it in all free, adrenaline double my percent. Made a home in the unknown, I swear I never fear again. I got ice in my blood, big enough to down this shit. I don't care how bad it get, I got 10 toes down, don't forget, I survived. I survived. When you on the brink and you in too deep, when you feeling weak, when it's hard to breathe, you gon' take a knee? Never. You gon' keep it G forever. Stand up and face whatever. I'm built unique, I'm better than the hard times I seen. Crime scene, obscene, face the ugly, cover up like Maybelline. Had uncertainty and urgency, cut from me like surgery. Formed again more sturdily, personally. I don't see nobody stopping me. I don't see nobody topping me. I don't see nobody honestly. I'll run you over if that's what it's gotta be. And it's gotta be what I look like, having fear still haunt me. What I look like, having regret haunt me. Pay that price, I don't care what it cost me. All my life, big me against the army. I'ma push the red button on them like Atari. I'm big dog with a human like a Maltese. See more fall off the 03 tall tees. Not sorry for the way I am. Learn to ball them up with no one holding your hand. Never back down, never hide in the sand. If you ain't hear the message, let me say it again. Yo, let me say it again. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived.
Barely breathing, don't let go. Hear the whispers, listen close. I know you've never strayed from the fold, but that's how freedom begins. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Burn your bridges, make your choice. Fight your demons, raise your voice. They're only silent if we're making noise. So let the battle begin. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. was undercover, wrote me off like the others, but I had secrets inside. You didn't pay attention, like an experiment. No, you're gonna pay for your crimes. I'll change your perspective, I'll teach you a lesson. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight, I'll make it my mission. Oh yeah, I'll have you wishing you could go back in time to never test my limits. Nothing you say will fix it. I'm too out of my mind. You're riding high, but I've got you this time. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight, got you this time, got you this time. You can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Got you this time, you can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. Like empires, we rise and then we fall. Can the tides calling through it all? Titans watching, waiting. Once rivals, now we sit patient. At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality. an empire. Take over control. Anytime you leave me, aching in my bones. Morning to the evening, I'll give all of myself, even if it hurts like hell. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Cutting up my soul, give away the pieces when you pull me close. Fall into the feeling, I'll give all of myself. Don't want anyone.
Guys, welcome back to the lower bracket round 1. We're still in the first series of the day between G2R and Heaven's Remix. G2R won first game, Heaven's Remix won the second, especially after a stellar performance by Sixes, and now we're on to the third game of the series. Highly anticipated, and we cannot wait to watch what these guys will bring out for us right now, especially after so many 10 champions on both sides are out of the picture just due to the Fearless draft, and now they have added bans that will come out in this game.
Yeah, 100%, and that makes Ezreal the priority pickup, right? At least for Sixes. They did ban out the Ezreal themselves last game, but seeing as the MF is gone, seeing as the Ashe is gone as well from the side of Sixes, I think he would be inclined, on picking that champion as we jump into the champs select right here for the final game between HRX and G2R, where unfortunately one of these teams will be eliminated. Both of these teams, looking really good so far, very close games, and yeah, it's very unfortunate that we have to bid goodbye to one of these teams, but let's find out who that's going to be. Any predictions, Madness, coming into this? G2R looked very strong first game. HRX again on the back of Sixes' great performance, coming back into the series, but now it's up for grabs for either of these sides.
Yeah, it's up to what their picks are going to be for the second, especially Hammy's pick as well. As Yasuo didn't play out the way he wanted, especially against the Lissandra counterpick that was against him. Now that's also out of the picture. It's going to be up to what he can pick out. And I think I know one team that's watching this very dearly. It's Infamous 2.0, because whoever wins this match will be facing them in the lower bracket round 2. We're already halfway into the banning. Again, the Skarner, the Syndra are going to meet it out. Thresh Senpai will definitely not get to play his Thresh this entire series, especially the Nyla ban as well, because Sixes does play this Nyla pretty well, and I think one of his hidden picks is also the Aphelios that he does love to play. The Lilia also does meet the banning of this stage of the game, so she will not be allowed to be played. Now you do also have a lot of junglers that are not in the picture right now because of what they were picked before, so there's a fewer in the pool of both Hoka and Deadeyes, but Hoka still does have his Kha'Zix, does have his Zac left open, depends what he wants to take. The Victor also
has the J4 as well, actually.
Oh yeah, he does have the J4, because Deadeyes is the one who played the J4, right? So the J4 is open, very correctly pointed out by So what kind of first pick would you be looking to take here?
I mean, they can't pick the Nocturne again, so there you go.
It
The
has to be
Ezreal
the
comes in.
Ezreal.
Yeah, already spoke about it earlier, right? That this has to be the priority pickup and it gets locked in. And now that, the Ezreal has been locked in, the J4 does not look as valuable because, of course, the Arcane Shift from Ezreal can be used to get out of the Cataclysm. But as we say that the Gwen comes in for the side of Hoka, I am guessing that's going into that jungle role. So that's a good pickup for them. That's a carry champion. That's an AP champion as well coming into the jungle role. And this should be the ADC pickup for the side of G2R, and the Caitlyn is going to get logged in to answer the Ezreal right there. Dead Eyes. Now let's see what he decides to pick as his own jungle champion. Again, can't play the Nocturne, can't play the J4. Of course, they have already banned out the Lilia and Skarner, so not a lot of options left. Uh, yeah, just we'll have to wait and find out what they decide to pick. Looks like they are leaving it to the last second. There you go. The Xinjiao comes in along with the Karma to pair up with the Ezreal. So that's looking like a good draft. That's a really solid draft so far. If that does get locked in, so let's wait and see. The Nautilus looks like it's going to come in as well. Lots of hovers going on. I think we are just going to stop taking the bait right here and just let them lock in.
Yeah, it's going to be the
comes in.
Renata. The Renata is the pick that goes in. G2R did pick this up in their first game, so they couldn't pick it up anyway, so HEAVENREMIX couldn't lock that in. So Renata SGL combo in the bot side. Now it's up to see what G2R pick for their third pick. I like the Xinjiao pick up from Deadeyes. He can go a lot on the K, not a lot of mobility. Soraka was left open. Last time G2R were the ones who did ban this champion out, but no, it's not. They just teased us a bit. And it's the Cassante that gets locked in for Hades in the top side. This does open, HEAVENREMIX for counters if they want. Don't know if Rock Paper does play the Gnar, but that's a good counter for him if he does want to opt for that. But now we've entered the second phase of banning. It's up to G2R to pick something they want to ban out right now. They can choose some of the mid laners, the top laners, depending on what they want to go for. The Silas yet again sees the gray screen, was eliminated last time, even though Hammy had already picked his Yasuo, but now they just seriously don't want it at all. The Silas has met the gray, and it's up to HEAVENREMIX to pick their next ban.
Yeah, I would really like to see a set ban coming in from the side of G2R, just to get Cassante in a really good lane towards that top side of the map. As the Galio gets banned, I don't think I have ever seen Hammy play that champion. He can still pick up his Orianna that has been left open. The Yone is open as well. So a lot of options. The Tristana as well. Sometimes he has showed that he can play that champion as well towards that mid side of the map. So let's see what he's going to pick for himself. That will be the last pick, of course. The Ahri is going to see the deck as well, denying it from the side of Zen, also known as Kagura. So that is going to be the final ban from the side of G2R as we wait and see what HEAVENREMIX decide to ban for themselves.
Yeah, it's up to their last ban. They're taking their time, sweet time. They ban up the Leona. They don't want to pair the Leona with the Caitlyn in the bot side. The Lux is still a valuable option for him if, Hammy does go for, an AD mid for him, and they would have a very well balanced out team with the Cassante being a huge front line for their side. Now it's up to G2R to pick up their support, because obviously going to leave that mid lane pick up as the counter as the last pick, and it's going to be the Soraka that they teased earlier on. That's what gets locked in to be paired up with the Caitlyn, the bot. Not the duo that you usually do get to see, but hey, they're going to try and make that work for themselves. Now HEAVENREMIX is going to have to blind pick a top and mid laner for themselves. Sorry, not blind pick it. Blind pick the mid laner. The top laner, they know it's the Cassante. I want to see what does Rock Paper Scissors have to go against the Cassante, because last time he did struggle quite a bit against Hades is Darius, and it looks like it's going to be the Wukong that is getting picked up for Rock Paper Scissors over here.
Yeah, the Wukong is just, such a obnoxious champion, creates a lot of ruckus in these team fights. Of course, has the Tornado, the Cyclone rather, can use it twice as well. So it's a great pickup towards, I'm not sure where it's going, honestly. Could be top, could be jungle, as well as the Malzahar is going to come in for Zen in the mid lane. So HEAVENREMIX have completed their draft, but I'm very confused as to where these Wukong and the Xinjiao will end up going, and that's that will be very interesting. I do prefer Wukong in the jungle more than the top lane, but if it is going towards that top side of the map, the Cassante can deal with the Wukong very, very easily, as the Orianna comes in for Hammy. Spoke about it earlier. It is one of his better champions as well. He's very good at that champ. We don't get to see it as often, as he prefers the AD champions over it, but make no mistake about it, he is an amazing Orianna player, and we will be keeping our eyes on him in this game 3 as well.
Yeah, but lacking a bit on the AD department, at least in G2R side, because you have the Soraka, the Orion, and the Gwen triple AP versus the two ADs on their team. Whereas Heaven Remix looking more balanced out in terms of damage potential, right? Because you know the Malzahar with the Renata can do a lot. The Ezreal can get out of tricky situations. Not many people that can actually jump on her, but he can get out of Orion alerts with his arcane shift. It does look like it's going to be a Wukong top and a Xin Zhao jungle at the end of the day. So Rock Paper Scissors has decided to go into the Wukong against the Cassandra that he knew was already picked in the hands of Hades. And these two guys will be battling out again. Again, pretty the Atakan will be spawning in the top side of the river because these guys do not like to leave each other untouched. There is no peaceful treaty amongst them. They just keep on fighting, and I cannot wait to see how Hoka does with this Gwen and Deadeyes on the Zinjao to help them on the side.
Yeah, I mean, G2R do lack some sort of hard engage, but I think Cassante will be very comfortable in the side lane. Playing against the Wukong, even against the Malzahar, does not really have that much threat uh, onto himself. So G2R do have, I believe, the better scaling in the Caitlyn, the Oriana as well, the Gwen especially, and the Cassante. All of them just want to get to those 3-4 items marker and then fight from there. So G2R do, right? It does feel like they have the better scaling composition. Um, but they do lack some sort of engage, whereas Heaven Remix have a lot of engage from the Zenjao, from the Renata, from the Wukong as well coming in, but might not scale as well as G2R. So they will be looking to end the game around the mid game marker, around 25-30 minutes, because after that it's going to be an uphill battle for them.
It definitely will be a bit of an uphill battle for them, and we do have 6 years finally on his Ezreal, his signature Ezreal. So I really want to see him perform yet again. Did phenomenally as the MF. Now it's up to him and Thresh Senpai, who is now on the Renata, to try and win out this bot. And Caitlyn is a bit of a bully in the laning phase early on. So with the Soraka, keep on constantly healing her up. She will be looking to make a ton of damage. And yeah, it's a game, it's a race against time essentially for Heaven Remix, because the longer they take it on, the stronger the G2R will continue to get. And if Hammy is going to hit some good ultimates, it's going to be chaos in the team fights. And really want to see who's going to end up getting the first blood this time. First game G2R were a bit lacking, they ended up giving it over. Still, they are the ones who got the feats of strength. Even in the second game they got feats of strength, but unfortunately they did end up losing that match. So now they have to see if they can get it and this time retain it for themselves for the win, right? Otherwise, it's going to be hard. And Hades, even if he gets ahead, he can't allow himself to fall off the way he did on that Darius in the last game.
Yeah, 100%. But then, again, the Cassante is one of those champions that is very hard to fade away with. Of course, you're always going to be that beefy front line for your team. So, not as high risk of a champion as Darius is, but really, highly rewarding champion rather in the Cassante, and one for the late game as well. So, I don't think that will be the case this time around. At least we can hope so that it's not. But having said that, like, this is the potentially last game for all of these guys, so we do expect a lot of fights coming in. I don't think there has been any shortage of that. Honestly, in the previous two games we have seen some crazy numbers, 30 kills in 11 minutes and things like that. So this is going to be another bloodbath, and let's see who comes out on top in this one. Again, very interesting, and I'm very excited to see Hammy's Oriana in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Now this guy will be playing his Oriana, his Yasuo earlier on the picture. They took this up for himself, and without any further ado, guys, we're going to be heading into this game 3 over here. Whoever loses is out. Whoever wins will be facing Infamous 2.0 in the second bracket round. And HRX, like they did in all the other two games, have grouped up yet again. They put a ward. They know that Hammy's over there. Hammy is a bit AFK. He's just spinning around in place, and they get first blood the same way they did against Jinx in game 1, Kaka.
Yeah, I'm not sure why this keeps on happening. 5-man invade, they don't even have the best CC in the game, but Hammy ends up going down. The boot of speed picked up by Thresh Senpai, and that's one stag onto the feet of strength right there. Yeah, big mistake just standing AFK there. I mean, once you get caught, you are almost definitely going to die. And that's 2 out of 3 games where HRX have picked up the first blood via a level 1 invade. Um,
Yeah, and it's worked out 2 or 3 times for them. They're doing it really well, and we'll see more aggros of level ones over here at this stage of the tournament. And HRX have completely delivered on the back of Sen's or Kagura's very well calling of like picking it up. They put a ward. They see him over there, and Hammy didn't react. I don't think he was even looking at his screen at that point, given how he thought that maybe he was that safe over there. But yeah, he ends up giving it over. Thankfully, it's the one that goes over to Thresh Senpai, but it is one of the feats of strength that do end up transpiring. And now you see both junglers on the opposite side of the map. The Gwen has started her red buff on the top side, while the Jinzhao has done his red on the bottom side of the map. So they're going for Jinzhao going from bottom to top, while Gwen going from top to bottom. In the top side, the Wukong versus Sante is going around, but I think after that last kill from Wukong, he does win out in the trade. The wave does seem to be pushing a bit from the Caitlyn. They have hit level 2 first. They're trying to go in, but now level 2 hit by sixes and by Thresh Senpai. They're trying to answer back. The barrier popped by the Caitlyn. Now Soraka has to run a bit herself. So after all that exchange, unfortunately, the barrier has been popped by the ADC of G2R.
yeah.
Oh, but here comes Injao.
Dead Eyes Flash W connects onto the Soraka. Both flashes burn, but that might be a kill. Dead Eyes surviving with single digit HP right there. Has to burn his own flash, as well as the heal from the side of Thresh Senpai right there. That was very, very, very close as Hammy playing so aggressive towards Zen in the mid lane. But that exchange was, oh my god, that was so close. That could have been a disaster for the side of HRX had Dead Eyes gone down. But fortunately for them, they are going to survive. The Soraka still about half HP, so she will be able to heal up the Caitlyn once she hits that level 3. Uh, they should be able to pick up this wave, so not much is lost around there. As towards the top side of the map, Kasante taking a very heavy trade uh, towards the, I mean, yeah, loses the cannon as well, is up in CS, is going to reset and come back into the lane, TP back. But early level Wukong is quite strong, especially when you have the shred on the queue as well. Yeah, it can be a tough matchup in the early game, but you know, after a few items, I don't think it will matter too much.
But look
Thresh
who's
Senpai
here.
does not have flash.
Thresh does not have flash, and he's being caught out by the Gwen in his own jungle, and he should be going down. But the bailout is there, it's just not in time, and there is Gwen trying to run away from the hills. I don't think he gets caught out, but look at this. Sixes is making his way towards the Gwen. The Gwen is trying to dodge it as much as she can. The bottom side of the
He
screen,
can
you see
execute.
he does go for the execute instead, and that is exactly what he gets for himself. And Sixes has to waste a bit of his time, and so did the jungler Dead Eyes after all that. And at the end of the day, Hoka gets a 1-for-0 for himself and gets out of there with that execute. And picked up the Dark Seal and blasting one on his back, so he has that. He's going to be trying to stack as much as he can. Sixes seems to be
Sixes
AFK.
seems to
He's
have
not moving
disconnected,
at
yeah.
all. Yeah, he is not moving. He just ate a bunch of damage while standing AFK. And yes, that's exactly what has happened. Man, unfortunately,
Yeah.
when he comes back, he will have lost a chunk of HP no matter what the situation is.
Yeah, I
Neither
mean,
team
good
did know what was going on.
sportsmanship from the side of G2R right there. Could have killed the Ezreal, realized he was AFK, stepped back nicely, just, you know, let the pause come in and just play from there. So props to them. And could have easily killed the Ezreal, you know, right? So yeah, good job to them. And let's just wait for Success to come back into the game. So far, it's a very close game with a slight goal advantage to G2R. Uh, but feats of strength, one stack has been picked up from the side of HRX. Uh, Hoka, of course, getting that kill onto Thresh Senpai. So he is quite ahead of the curve, as you can see in the item difference as well. Almost 850 gold worth of items more for the Gwen in the jungle, who should be very comfortable farming these camps out. And yeah, just waiting for Success to connect back in so we can jump back into the game. And yeah, very, very interesting. Let's look at the replays for both the kills actually. And this is something I think, especially at level 1, you see the Oriana ball, right? I think that's what gave it away. That's where they spotted that the Oriana could be around there, so they get the catch there towards the top side of the map. This was a very close fight as well. Rock paper scissors going uh, away from there as Hoka executed himself whilst running away from three players. And yeah, the game will be starting pretty soon, I hope, as we wait for success to connect back in. Yeah, gives us a bit more time to talk about the series, talk about the tournament and the game going on as well. uh, Whoever wins this, of course, faces Infamous, who looked really good against Kakao Gaming, who are
Yeah.
the undisputed second best team. That's their title officially now. So even if G2R, or even if like Heaven Remix wins, they still have one of the better teams waiting for them in the lower bracket round 2, and that's going to be one of the better games to watch as well, Mandis.
Yeah, it would definitely will be the way Famous played. They blew me out of the water with the skill level and that they were bringing together, especially against a team like Kakao Gaming that's been together for so long right now. Even with their role swap of Copy and their Corporal, it still was a very tough team to face. And even the third game, it just came down to a bit of the macros at the later part, because the Jinx was doing so well on the side of Infamous 2.0. You had 11-0 and 3, was getting her resets off currently. Just unfortunately, they went for that Drake, just tried to deny it, but instead Kakao had gone directly towards the base, marched it down in, got the kills, and the backs were stopped by the Rel. So that was also very well played by the side of the bot side of Kakao Gaming. So just props to them, and they will be facing against Asterix, formerly known as TOK, in the upper bracket finals for God knows which number of time this is, right? They've been facing against each other so many times. They just know each other's playstyles like the back of their hand.
Yeah.
And Lotus also, yesterday's series, Lotus was lagging behind a bit in the beginning, but caught up towards the ending parts of the series, where he was showing his older self, maybe just a bit of the nerves and a bit of the cold hands of coming back into the scene. But nice, well played for him towards the end. And yeah, those are the two waiting there. In the second match of today, the second series, whoever wins will be facing against Old Gods, who also did put on a good performance against Asterix, right? They did go 2-1. They did take a game of Asterix, and pretty demandingly as so. And that's the game where you saw Catbot fall very behind on that Victor pick of his. So they're also, the lower brackets are very stacked right now. So whichever team does win, they do have their work cut out for them. They have a huge opponent, no matter which way they want to fight about, right?
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, the second game is going on as well. Phoenix Gaming are playing currently, so whoever wins that matchup, as you said correctly, is going to face the Old Gods, who looked really good against TOK. Sorry, Asterisk. I just the habit of saying TOK. But that was a close series as well, a really close game 3 as well. Infinity showed up big time on the Wukong, though, as we saw, surviving with the sliver of HP in one of the fights towards that bot side of the map, where we both were surprised at how this dude is doing so much with that champion. But yeah, that's going to be a great series to watch as well. Just speaking of the current series, though, we will be jumping back into the game very, very shortly. And yeah, this game, I mean, it's been quite a while, when since we have been casting for so long. As we jump into the game, yeah, just see the difference there, right? The mid lane, Unto Death, doing so well in the lane, 10 CS up. Towards the top side as well, 10 CS up. They are going to pick up the dragon as well, through all the pressure that has been kept from the bot lane of G2R. And that's going to be first Drake, two more big objectives, epic monsters to kill for the stack to come in, as a Bramble West is picked up by the Cassante, and that's essentially full build Cassante already against Wukong, because that man is not going to deal too much damage to this champion anymore.
Yeah, he has the Bremeless and another cloth armor. The Wukong only has the sheen, so he will have that added attack damage after his abilities, but just not enough right now. the pacing wise, the Gwen is a bit ahead compared to the Xinjiao right now. She does have more camps, so does the Xinjiao. The grubs have come up around 10 seconds ago, so now it's up to which team wants to go for it. HRX, as you know, had got the first blood, so they have got one of the feats of strength. But on the top side, these fights are not stopping. I thought they would stop essentially, because Sante does ult, the Wukong does ult as well. Robinson has to flash away, but look who's here for protection. It's Dead Eyes. The Wukong tries to W4, but he walks over a pink ward, so exactly known by the Cassandre what is going to be done against him. And it looks like HRX want to pick up the grubs for the Drake that was taken away from them by
and
G2R.
I think G2R might try to dive this Ezreal under the turret, seeing as how the Gwen was pathing previously. Now he's it looks like he's getting the Scuttle Crab. And the red buff has come in as well for the side of HRX, which will be stolen. Hoka is going to get that as well. I really want them to dive this Ezreal right now, honestly. He is sitting under the turret alone. He's a sitting duck right there. The Soraka Caitlyn can obviously push up the lane as fast as they want to. They are getting a lot of plates here. But yeah, just dive this Ezreal. He is so susceptible right now. There you go.
And that's what exactly they're trying to go for. The Gwen
all
completely
three
whipping
yeah.
onto Sixes. Sixes is hitting his Qs. Ben has gone invulnerable. Sixes ultimate
but he's
as well.
he might still end up dying right here, right?
He might actually does end up dying. The
you
Caitlyn ult just for enough. The ace in the hole does get the kill onto the bot laner of HRX, and looks like HRX are out for blood. They're trying to get something back for themselves. There's not much in terms of opportunity for them. The top side, the fighting did not stop between these two guys, even with the Bramble Vest had the cloth armor that did come in. Oh no, it's a flash in play. The Xinjiao does go in. There goes on the Soraka very instantly. No more healing for his team. Xinjiao does flash over, does burn down at the end of the day to the red buff of the Gwen. So does Zen go over, but the flash forward by the Caitlyn's enough to put him into the grave. She picks up her second kill of the game, has to net over the wall to get to safety. And the Wukong is gone dangerously low, but there is the Sante. He has eaten. The Wukong walked up again. I don't know, understand that play from Rock Paper Scissors. Why would you walk up with just that much? Anything, even if the Cassante blows wind on you, you die at that point, and he just walks up and dies. I don't understand what essentially Rock was going through Rock Paper Scissors' mind. He thought maybe he had more HP than he did have. But yeah, at the end of the day, G2 are coming out on top in terms of trading. They are 5 kills up to the 2 kills of HRX, and are doing very well after that first blood shenanigans that led to Hammy's only death of the game.
Yeah, 100%. Again, not really sure what Rock Paper Scissors was trying to do. Maybe he saw some sort of outplay that he could have made, but it's a Cassante. Now he goes back, gets the chainmail, gets the Sheen as well for himself, and this lane is done. 20 CS up as well, along with the solo kill. 1 plate picked up as well for the side of Hades, just looking really strong on the Cassante. And the Wukong answer towards the Cassante will not working out too much already, and it just gets worse for the side of Rock Paper Scissors when the Cassante keeps stacking these armor items. I mean, look at that. These trades will never be fair. The grasp comes in as well, and that was Cassante missing every single Q and still dealing so much damage. As you can see, he's not connecting a lot of Qs. As the Gwen comes and uses her ultimate, no flash on the Wukong. The ghost popped up by the Cassante, and that's going to be another death for Rock Paper Scissors, as Hoka goes on a killing spree, 3-1 and 2 on the Gwen so far, making it look very, very easy.
Yeah, and that kill leads to him getting 6 stacks also onto his Dark Seal. The Ezreal Archish's forwards very dangerously gets the W, gets the Q
very nice
off, but
trap.
has gone down so low.
That's a
one more hit,
combo.
and that's a kill for the side of the Caitlyn. Well played by the bot lane of G2R, and now that leaves Hammy trying to run to the woods, but he blast plans over towards this side. Very unlikely that he would have survived anyhow, but now he's just going to go down to the Xin Zhao, and there goes his kill. And now they've gone towards the Caitlyn. The Caitlyn might be in trouble if it follows. The Wukong is trying to fight as much. The Renata blocks the ace in the hole. At least the Xin Zhao ultimate has been triggered, and there goes the Xin Zhao. He's going right back onto the Caitlyn. The Caitlyn is doing so much damage. She even has the berserk piece for the added attack
Oh,
speed,
one
and
more
that's
hit.
Thresh
There you
Senpai going
go.
down as well. The man has gone 5-0 and 0 as a starting, and it's looking like a great start for the bot lane of G2R.
Yeah, and that is a really, really fed Caitlyn coming in on the back of the Soraka as well, who got level 6 off that fight, used the ultimate, and baited everyone else. And oh my god, this is looking so bad for the side of HRX already. You can see the goal difference. It's almost 5,000 at 11 minutes. 4-1 and 2 on the Gwen, 5-0 and 0 on to the Caitlyn, and they own the Rift essentially now. I do not think HRX should look to fight, because this is what's going to happen. Kagura ends up dying, Thresh Senpai ends up dying as well. The Gwen picks up another double kill, and this is looking like it's game over already.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like G2R don't want to waste any more time before they advance up in our lower bracket. And nice W from the Zinjao stops the recall of the Soraka. Okai is going to be picking up the last 3 grubs of the match for himself if he can, and that will be giving them all 3 epic monsters that they do need for 1 feat of strength. But in the mid lane, you can see that Hammy is trying to run away for his life. He's running into the arms of the Gwen that will save him. So the Malzahar and the Zinjao back out. Another disconnection from the Soraka, maybe a bit. But now the dive coming in onto the Caitlyn in the bot side. Not much he can do. The Renata tanking everything. The shutdown, huge, picked up by the Ezreal, is a lot for his team. So very well played to them. Six is picking up the much needed goal for himself. The flash forward into the Eve, the Wukong into the ultimate, onto the Cassandre. Paused at a very, very crucial moment of the game. But I honestly think they'll get this kill. But Cassandre can maybe try and turn it around if he can.
I don't think he will be able to turn that around, as Dead Eyes is almost full HP right there. That's going to be yet another shutdown picked up for the side of HRX, who are closing the goal lead a bit. A big shutdown picked up by Sixes as well towards the bot side of the map, killing the Caitlyn, getting that 700 plus bounty for himself. Another 500 picked up for the side of Dead Eyes. A plate picked up for the side of Zen in the mid lane on that Malzahar. So some sort of goal distribution changing hands. If this turret goes down, though, that's going to be, I believe, the second feed. But Hammy is here, uses the command dissonance onto the wave, removes the minions completely, and he's going to save the turret for now. As Caitlyn goes towards the mid side of the map, she's going to clear that wave, has the collector completed along with 2 long swords. And G2 are 3-man strong towards the bot side of the map right now. They want to get this first turret anyhow.
They're doing a lot of resources for it, and yeah, but they do get the kill on the Renata. The next wave that comes in, they can pretty much pick up this turret. The Xinjiao is also heading bot side, maybe to try and help them out before it. But he's taking his red buff instead. Even the mid side, they have to protect a turret. But you can see the Wukong's made his way down from the top side. Caitlyn, you are not alone in this fight against the Ezreal. Burns the barrier, burns the flash. But it's G2R that picks up the turret and get 2 out of the 3 feats of strength, and now do have those additional added up tier 2 boots upgraded and can upgrade to tier 3 if they want with additional gold.
Yeah, I like the roam coming in, but I mean, rock paper scissors is losing a lot for these roams, especially if he does not even get a kill or assist right there, as the top turret is almost going to go down. He is behind 30 CS against this Cassandre, who is going to complete his Thornmail pretty soon as well. Yeah, no avenue for HRX and especially rock paper scissors to get back into the game right now, and this is looking really difficult for the side of HRX as it stands. I mean, he goes
Yeah,
in
it
for
is
the
actually.
trade, but can you actually trade against this Cassante right now? That's the question,
I
right?
don't think you can. I don't think there's much. Kasandi even has a red buff added onto that, so he's slowing him down as well. Has the Iceborne Gauntlet to add to it. The Bramble vs the Iceborne Gauntlet, just doing so much against this Wukong, who's not even completed his Trinity Force yet. Only has the Phage and the Sheen. But here comes Deadeyes. Deadeyes has come out from the picture. The ultimate channeled in by Rock Paper Scissors, but the TP is coming up as well. Can Kasante buy enough time? But no, he does go down. And maybe want to face against the TP that is coming is the Orianna. He gets pushed back by the Xin Zhao. He's trying to run away to safety, but I think yeah, he does get out of there just about. And there's nothing much you can do. Deadeyes does pick up the red buff from the Cassante and for his troubles, and will be looking to maybe get this Rift Herald off spawn essentially at the 16-minute mark. In the mid side, the Sixes has to be careful of his positioning. He does have the Arcane Shape to get out of any tricky situation, but HRX definitely on the back foot. Almost 4k gold behind G2R right now. It's not looking good for them. G2R are even channeling on the next Drake that is coming up. So they will
Yeah,
be
I
up,
think
and
they
it's
will.
going to be an Infernal. So they're going to have
Yeah.
one. They're going to be on Infernal Soul Point after this, and that's just so much damage that's going to be coming up for them. The Caitlyn will pretty much just one-shot everybody.
I mean, you say the Caitlyn, but look at the Gwen items as well. Has the Shadow
true.
Flame, has the Nashor's Tooth completed. The Shockwave comes in, is going to find the Ezreal, chunks him to about 60% HP, but he is going to be fine. But this Gwen is a problem right now. Essentially 6-0 and 2, 550 gold shutdown bounty on himself, and 2 items with 10 stack Dark Seal completed. So, yeah, I mean, HRX is on a timer now. The next 5 minutes, and the Infernal Soul will come up, and then you will have to fight this really fed Gwen, and I'm not too sure how that goes for the side of HRX. So yeah, this is really bad since all the gold has been uh, picked up by Hoka on this Gwen, and that's where you want the goal to be as well. As the flash comes in for the side of Malzahar, he's going to use his ultimate onto the Orianna, who flashes away as well, and the Gwen might end up dying for her sins. Never mind,
but
uses
look at
the
the
R, has the
heals.
Q as well. The Soraka is here as well, but the Xin Zhao picks up the Orianna, traded uh, with his own life. But again, another shutdown for the Gwen as he gets that bounty from Xin Zhao's head.
Yeah, and he doesn't need that much. He's just so far ahead. Look at the camp difference as well from Hoka. He stole a bunch of camps from Deadeye pretty early on as well, right?
Deadeye does not
160
even
CS,
have his
297.
jungle item completed yet.
Yeah, it's not even complete. While as there's 10 stacks in the Dark Seal for this Gwen, maybe soon to be Magi. It's nice play from Cassandra, pushes back the Wukong. Knows the Wukong has W, has cloned away, and I don't think you can do much here as Rough. Just give up that turret at this point. And yes, that's the top tier 1 of HRX falling down. That only lone tier 1 standing for that side is the mid side, and that's also soon to be going down to the hands of the Caitlyn if the Xin Zhao was not there. And no, she does net away, does get out to safety. Is looking to complete her itemization. The Thresh Senpai is roaming around, but he hasn't got much to say for it. He has a better vision score than the Soraka, but the Soraka hasn't had to do much compared to what his ADC and his jungler have been up to. The Gwen is 3 items in and he's just so deadly at this point. And now
There's the upgraded
with,
boots as well.
yeah, the upgraded boots is a lot for her, and when if she gets Magi's on the next, she just keep on getting more stacks. It's just a lot. Nice cancel by Sixes with his ultimate on the recall of the Caitlyn. Maybe he was trying to get the way, but does get the cancel as well. You can see Hammy trying to clear some vision in the bot side brush, but is up on CS quite by about 2 onto the Malzahar, so around dead even compared to the other lanes, right? The top, the jungle. The ADC Ezreal 6s is still up in CS, but the Caitlyn skills do honestly make up for that.
Yeah, 100% now. Kagura does not have flash, so he dies 1v1. Gwen is here as well. I think that will be a kill as the ghost has been popped, and Hoka goes legendary on the Gwen. Oh man. I think this is game done essentially, as Deadeyes is looking to go in. The Soraka has to burn her flash. Beautiful traps coming in. Caitlyn doing so much damage, but the Ezreal is doing the same. The Soraka blows her ultimate and Sixes might end up going down. Nevermind has to flash away to get out of trouble as the Atakan is getting picked towards the bot side this time for a change. But again, uncontested, and this TP is coming in from the side of Zen, has the ultimate for himself. He is going to come behind the Caitlyn, who uses her flash very well. Let's see if
But
he's
where is
able
she
to
going to go?
escape. Never mind, won't be able to do so.
The TP from the Malzahar did secure that up for the side of HRX, but they used a lot just to pick up the Caitlyn. Essentially, they did pick
Yeah.
up the mid tier 1 for themselves, but the Cassante has just been roaming free. There's not many people who can match him also in the side lane right and now. The Wukong definitely not up to the task. Finally has completed his Trinity Force, so has that from probably going for the Black Cleaver next, along with his Ionian boots. The Caitlyn has built Last Whisper, but will be building up into Infinity Edge after that. Has the BS Sword, has the big axe. Now the next Drake is coming up in 20 seconds time, and this is Soul Drake for the side of G2R. They get this. This is pretty much them declaring that they have gone on to round 2 of the lower bracket the way they have been playing this match.
Yeah, now unending despair completed from the side of Casante, so he is not going to go down very easily. Needlessly large rod picked up for the side of Hoka. Hammy gets himself the Storm Surge as well as the Rylai's from the side of Zen. So all of these guys are looking really good ahead of this team fight, but there's a lot of goal difference between the teams, almost 6k. So I'm not too sure if HRX should be fighting this at all. Beautiful
no.
shockwave comes in, picks up 2. That's a great Renata ultimate as well. Wukong finds himself, knocks up 4 people, but it is not going to matter as it's going to be a clean ace shortly, I believe, for the side of G2R. Never mind, Zen is able to run away with his Rylai's, but a 4 for nothing, and the Dragon Soul, more importantly, picked up uh, from the side of G2R as they find themselves almost 10,000 gold ahead at 22 minutes.
Yeah, they have the Artakan. They do have the Infernal Soul right now. The Artakan is boosting those stats as well. They marched it down, picked up the tier 2 in the mid lane. They're going to try and get to tier 3, and they're trying to maybe set records of how fast they're ending it, given all 3 lanes are pushing so well. If Baron was up, that would have been gone, but Baron now spawns at 25 minutes. It's going to take some time for G2R to work up towards that, but Hammy is also pretty good. Last fight, excellent shockwave coming out from the mid laner of the Pakistani boys, and it did look excellent. He's looking way more on form on this champion than he was on the Yasuo at least, and this time it's him that he got to get the counter pick, so that definitely works out for him very well. Six is not being as good as we thought he would be on this Ezreal, but it's not mostly his fault. The Caitlyn has got just so strong at this point. She's very hard to match either way you look at it. The Wukong was also struggling so much against the Cassante in lane. Kept on trying to go for trades, but without a Black Cleaver, there's no way you get through all that armor of the top lane of G2R.
Yeah, and look at the CS numbers from Hoka right there. He is
Oh my.
more than double the CS of Dead Eyes in the jungle right there. So yeah, that's the difference right there. Death cap completed as well for him on the Gwen. Um, yeah, if he touches you with his stacked up Q, I think you're just going to melt, and that's the story of the game. 11,000 goal lead for G2R. Now it's just a matter of them closing this game out, as Malzar is going to use his ultimate onto the Cassante, who still has his own ultimate ready, and he almost gets Zen in a 4 versus 1. But what is it going to cost them, as the mid lane inhibitor is under siege? Zinjao is coming in from the side, misses his crescent slash right there. The inhibitor is going to go down. The top tier 3 turret has gone down along with the inhibitor right there. And yeah, oh my god, I mean, look at that damage. The Ezreal just disappeared off the map. The Wukong is going to follow soon as well, as he does. The Orianna shielding the Caitlyn, saving her along with the Soraka, and I think that's going to be the end of this series and this game, and G2R will be progressing to the lower bracket round 2, and they will be facing Infamous 2.0 for their tournament lives and a
Hoka is
spot
just
in the
not
lower
letting
bracket
this
round 3.
Renata leave. He's like, I'm winning the game, but I'm taking your life as well. Chased him to the ends of the earth. Secures that. They're finishing off the game with a bit anticlimactic given how the series was going. But G2R with yet another dominant win in the series secures their place, as you said, in the lower bracket round 2 against Infamous 2.0. And sadly for HEAVENREMIX, for Sixes, Kagura, and the boys, it's the end of the journey, at least in this tournament.
Yeah, and that was again first and third games from the side of G2R. They were very one-sided, and then that was very well played from their side. Hoka, I believe, will be the MVP again. So on the back of their star jungler performing really well, and yeah, props to HEAVENREMIX as well. They came and they tried their hardest. They made it hard for the side of G2R. Sixes performing so well on the MFN game, to single-handedly carrying the game for his team. So, props to them as well. But it's all about G2R right now. They will be facing Infamous 2.0 very soon, and they progress in this tournament, and they are still alive, and they will still be hoping that they can win this tournament for Pakistan.
Yeah, definitely. The boys did play very good in game 1, came back resurgent in game 3 after a bit of a dismal game 2 against HEAVENREMIX. But yeah, they have been showing that they are forced to be reckoned with, and Infamous 2 must have definitely watched the series as closely as we have, because they are the ones that they will be facing. So it's up to them. But Infamous 2.0 also had a stellar performance against Kakao Gaming yet. So it's going to be a battle, clash of titans essentially in our lower brackets. I cannot wait to see that matchup. Before that, let's talk a bit about the Nexus knockout moments of this match. I think it's going to start with Hammy getting caught out a bit too much over here. He was dancing around the ball, gave him away. The Orianna goes down, and that's HRX getting that first blood, but unfortunately they could not secure it into the feats of strength. And then Hoka just denies so much of the jungle from the side, right? Even in the game as Karthus, where they did end up losing, he denied a lot for the Jarvan early on in terms of jungle camps and the amount he was invading. This Wukong was definitely not the answer to the Cassante top the way he thought it would work out. And the Cassante did show him and put him in his place and did have a nice time. Sixes unfortunately could not perform as well as we wanted to him on that Ezreal, and this Caitlyn did get Omega fed. The Gwen, Hoka just kept on punishing any kind of mistakes that he could go for, and they didn't even wait for the late game. They just stacked it up so much. After that Infernal Soul, it was just hard for the side of HEAVENREMIX to do anything against all those buffs that the side of G2R had.
Yeah, I mean, they did not have any answer to this Gwen, who the only death for Hoka in this game was the execution that he had, towards the T2 turret. Except for that, a flawless performance from him, just being so far ahead from his opposite number. Look at the CS difference right now, 124 to 245, 24 minutes. 9-0 and 4 essentially, 700 gold bounty, 4 completed items. He was the man in this game, and it was up to him to carry after picking up the Gwen so early, and boy did he carry this game for his team. So we'll be keeping our eyes on Hoka and G2R in the next round as well. And yeah, that was game 3. Let's look at the scoreboard really quickly. A relatively short game, 25 minutes 29 seconds. Look at the goal difference, that's about 15,000. That's a lot for 25 minutes. 10 turrets to 2. Dragon Soul picked up. Void Crubs, Shared Rift Herald picked up by HRX. Bloody Petals 53 to 23. Of course, the Atakan was picked up from the side of G2R, and they are the winners of this best of 3. And yeah, flawless performance coming into the game 3. Really making a statement here.
Yeah, absolutely. They made a complete statement and almost consistently getting good number of bloody petals. Even in the game when they were falling behind, they did still get a good amount compared to the last 2 series that we did cast. So well, props to the Pakistan team for getting with the times, getting better with the meta. and they're just exceptional, well played. And let's take a look at the Rift Renegade MVP of this match. I don't think it can be any but one, but the man with the scissors. It has to be that Gwen. 12, 1 and 5, 854.91 damage per minute, 9.8 CS per minute, exceptional numbers from the jungler. And you, as Kaka did point out, he was more than almost double the CS that Xinjiao had towards the end part of the game. 14.5k gold in his pocket, and he essentially carried G2R across the line, across on his back, along with the Caitlyn, along with all that damage, and he successfully got them there into that lower bracket round 2.
Yeah, 100%. 2 MVP performances from this guy. 2 games they won. So I don't think it takes too much notice that this guy is the one that carries this team, and he is the backbone of the team as well. Having said that, we will be taking a short break, and when we come back, we will be seeing Phoenix Gaming in action pretty soon. They did win the game 1 in their series that had started off stream, but we will be back and we'll be catching that game 2 very soon, so don't go anywhere.
Take over control. Anytime you leave me, aching in my bones. Morning to the evening, I'll give all of myself, even if it hurts like hell. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Cutting up my soul, give away the pieces when you pull me close. Fall into the feeling, I'll give all of myself. Don't want anyone else. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me. You just love to watch me bleed. Rip my heart, give it a squeeze. Grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins. Drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me.
ashes we will climb. The dust will settle. We will not. All together we will rise. Out from the shadows into the light. All together it's our time. We will rise. We will rise. We will rise. They wanna count me out. Next time pick a higher number. Next time you should run for cover. Next time let the giants slumber. They wanna keep me down. No amount of your words get humble. That spirit never refused to crumble. Got the roaring line reduced to mumbles. 2 a.m. on first. Imitate vultures how they lurk. 10 toes with it, I'm out of eye with you, boy. Challenge the best with your worst. This is my turf. Way I move is inertia. Can't be stopped, it's unheard of. From the dirt, sweat got my feet muddy. Spend my Wednesday, might search you. On my word, path took plenty turns. It broke my confidence in cursive. When submerged, I found resolving my purpose and tell you about it back on surface. I survived. I survived. Ever been lost in the woods, praying that it don't get dark? Ooh. Ever been in a situation couldn't win, but you still had heart? Yeah, if you anything like me, evolve from chum to shark, the hunger starts to grow in parts you didn't know you had. It's like that, flip the switch, turn it up, and I'm giving the gas. I lock it in all free, adrenaline double my percent. Made a home in the unknown, I swear I never fear again. I got ice in my blood, big enough to down this shit. I don't care how bad it get, I got 10 toes down, don't forget, I survived. I survived. When you on the brink and you in too deep, when you feeling weak, when it's hard to breathe, you gon' take a knee? Never. You gon' keep it G forever. Stand up and face whatever. I'm built unique, I'm better than the hard times I seen. Crime scene, obscene, face the ugly, cover up like Maybelline. Had uncertainty and urgency, cut from me like surgery. Formed again more sturdily, personally. I don't see nobody stopping me. I don't see nobody topping me. I don't see nobody honestly. I run you over if that's what it's gotta be. And it's gotta be what I look like, having fear still haunt me. What I look like, having regret taunt me. Pay that price, I don't care what it cost me. All my life, big me against the army. I'ma push the red button on them like Atari. I'm big dog with a human like a Maltese. See more fall off the 03 tall tees. Not sorry for the way I am. Learn to ball them up with no one holding your hand. Never back down, never hide in the sand. If you ain't hear the message, let me say it again. Yo, let me say it again. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived.
Barely breathing, don't let go. Hear the whispers, listen close. I know you've never strayed from the fold, but that's how freedom begins. Bended knees and broken bones. A bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion. Be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Burn your bridges, make your choice. Fight your demons, raise your voice. They're only silent if we're making noise. So let the battle begin. Bended knees and broken bones. A bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion. Be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution.
Guys, welcome back to the lower bracket round 1. We finished the first series of the day. It was G2R that won it out. Unfortunately, because that match went to 3 games, we couldn't show the first game of the second series between Phoenix Gaming and HELAKAAMI Esports. But fortunately, we do have the scoreboard, and Phoenix Gaming did end up winning that match, right? And now with the Kaka as their lucky charm, I think they're gonna maybe make it a 2-0. And Kaka, do you want to talk a bit more about your boys from Sri Lanka after this victory?
I mean, That looks like a very dominating game, 32-6. Almost 20k gold difference coming in as well. 9 turrets to 0. 3 dragons is all it took. So, yeah, it looks like a very one-sided game from the side of Phoenix Gaming right there. And I think that's something that we expect from them. I did see the scores. Booyah had 11 kills. Hydra had 11 kills. Q2 had 10 kills, so getting a lot of kills right there. So, uh, yeah, I mean, it's going to be very interesting. Phoenix Gaming, of course, a fellow Sri Lankan team. So is HELAKAAMI. So, both the Sri Lankan teams are facing each other. Unfortunately, one of them has to bow out, and it looks like it's going to be HLK. Based on how dominating performance it was in game 1 from the side of Phoenix Gaming.
Really putting that looks like some really good numbers coming out from the side. 25-minute game. They're showing you why they are known as the best team in that region, at least in Sri Lanka till now. They also are the winners of 2 of our 50k tournaments that we did have, so they have that accolades under their belt, and now they're looking to come up with a great grand prize, and they're trying to beat it all the way to the lower bracket towards that grand final. But without any further ado, we're going right into the champion select. The Elise, the Victor banned out by HELAKAAMI, and then Phoenix Gaming choosing to ban out the Mord, the very favorite champion that everybody loves to play, will no longer be able to be seen. Veigar gets banned as well. They did go for these bans in the last match as well. The Veigar was not there. The Camille was banned from HELAKAAMI in game 1. So they are following suit with some of the bans. The Wukong has been seeing a lot of bans this tournament, at least. And the last tournament where we did see it come out, it did not do that well, at least in the top lane. So now they don't want even that as an option for HELAKAAMI. Now they do have the first pick of the match, and they're going for the Kaiser. We usually don't see that much of a Kaiser being picked up nowadays, Kaka.
Yeah, I don't think I have seen Kaiser in a really long time, even in my solo queue game. So that's a very interesting pickup. Not that strong of a champion in the bot lane currently. The Caitlyn is getting hovered by Booyah. We have seen his Caitlyn, and he is amazing on that champion. So that's going to get locked in against the very short range Kai'Sa. And the Nidalee comes in for the Shy Boy. The Shy Boy loves playing these AP champions. We have seen his brand as well previously. Was playing Jarvan in game 1, was 0-3 and 19 on that champion, but now putting his carry pants on in this one. And two really long range champions coming in from the side of Phoenix Gaming.
Yeah, and they're really looking to put the Pep in their step, but then the Nocturne is still open, and that's what gets locked in. He's one of our favorite junglers, at least in this region, so he gets locked in for the big boss. So it's going to be the Nocturne versus the Nidalee in the jungle, at least, and it's up to them to pick up their third pick of the game. But yeah, honestly, a bit doubtful about this Kai'Sa pickup coming in. Not that strong.
Oh, and the Dyna for the mid lane.
They're picked up by is Nox. So interesting choices definitely coming out from the blue side from HELAKAAMI. So let's see if they can back it up with their skills in the game at least.
Yeah, Dyna can be a very risky champion, honestly. If you snowball, I'm talking about mid lane here. If you snowball, then you can do really well. But in the team fight, it can be a little bit iffy as the Zed gets locked in for the side of Phoenix Gaming, and Q2 going to pilot that champion. I don't remember the last time I saw Zed in competitive, but Q2 is going to lock that in for himself. So that's going to be a really fun matchup to watch against the Dyna in the mid lane. Lulu is going to get banned from the side of Phoenix Gaming. They don't want to give the Lulu away, with the Kai'Sa having picked it up themselves in the last game. Obviously, they can't pick it now. So it's just wise to ban that champion out. Still looking for a top lane and support, honestly, from the side of Phoenix Gaming. Hydra, of course, played the Renekton last game. Was 11-1 and 10 on that champion. Had the highest gold in the game. Had the highest damage in the game as well. So he was the carry in that one. So we'll be looking and waiting to see what he decides to pick, as the Illaoi is going to get banned as well. And for the last ban, from the side of HELAKAAMI, it is going to be, drum roll please. No drum roll, okay. We'll see what it is then. Yeah,
but
the
yeah,
production does a better drum roll than you.
Yep, it does, but the Irelia does not seem to see the day. But that would have been an Irelia top if it was going to be coming in anyway. So they
Yeah.
don't want to have that against them. So, but now it looks like, yeah, Hydra does also love to play the Tam Kench. That's what's being hovered right now.
Yeah,
for
that's a flexible
themselves.
pickup as well, right?
Yeah,
Tamkins can
there's
go.
true. It's a flexible. It can go support, can go
Yeah.
induce hand. It's about how they want to play. So maybe they'll play a bit more mind games, given that they have the last pick, and now HELAKAAMI have to decide where they think that Tamkich is going with their last two picks that they're going for here. They're going to have to take their top and their support. A bunch of supports also knocked out. The Lulu, the Morgana knocked out. Morgana by the side of HELAKAAMI. So I want to see what Shaggy and Yoku, what Yoku will go for. Now, if you go for the Nar, it's always a very safe
Nar,
option in the top side at least. Yeah, you can do a
Yeah.
lot with that range and you can bully quite a bit. So that's what they're choosing for. And for the support with the Kaiser, the weekend Kaiser, at least in the current meta, it's a very interesting choice of how HELAKAAMI want to actually play this out. They are taking it down to the last second, and this leaves it open for, you know, Phoenix Gaming to go for a counter pick after this. And it looks like the Zillion is coming out, so we get to see a bit of Zillion gameplay, a bit of people getting revived all the time with those time bombs. So
Yeah.
that's what HELAKAAMI have got for their last, and now it's all up to Phoenix Gaming for their last pick. And yes, with the Jax locked up, it definitely seems like that Tab is going to be in that support role.
Yeah, and the Zillion comes out, I believe, just to deny the death mark from the Z, but I'm not too sure about that pickup. Again, in the bot lane, Phoenix Gaming have a lot of avenue to play around with the range of the Caitlyn and the protection of Tamkens. They should be doing really well towards the bot side of the map. The Jax comes in as well to answer the Nar. Sort of a skill matchup. I think Nar should be fine. If the skills of the players are equal, we have seen the Nar win out on these matchups as well previously in Worlds. So let's see what happens there in the mid lane. Again, I believe Q2 will be running Ignite on that Z, so he should have a lot of kill pressure. Yeah, the very interesting draft. A lot of champions that we don't usually get to see, right? The Z, the Tamkin support, even the Zillion support. So that's really nice to see. But it really, it's going to matter what happens in the game, obviously, and how these teams executed. Q2 loves playing his assassin, so it's not a surprise that he opted for the Z. But we haven't seen Zed in a long time. It is one of my favorite champions as well, so it's going to be a lot of fun to watch and cast at least.
Yeah, and this is the brilliance of the Fearless Draft. You get to see champions you usually wouldn't, because the people in the matchups have to dig deep into the champion pools to bring out whatever you can. You usually wouldn't see the Tam support. You usually wouldn't see the Kaiser. That's still questionable, given there were a lot more ADCs to pick up. But let's see what Shaggy can pull off with this a bit off meta currently right now. ADC, and now there's Q2Z, yeah, as you said, loves to play the assassins, loves playing a Yode, loves playing AD mids essentially. And let's see how well he does against this Diana. Should be having a lot of kill potential, especially if he does run that Ignite. The Shy Boy will be looking to snowball as much as he can, get the Dark Seal up in his arsenal. Now, Hydra versus Flashlight in the top is one of the talking points, right? Like you said, it's a bit of a skill-based matchup. Nars E does have a huge cooldown in the beginning, so if the Jax can abuse that a bit, he can try and get an upper hand, but it's all up to what the players want to go for and the way they go for. And I want to see if these two teams do what Heaven's Remix were doing, right? They went for those early level ones and easily secured that first blood for themselves, one of those three feats of strength for their team.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, I mean, level 1 shenanigans, I don't think it's going to come in this game. Not a lot of champions that can invade early on, but it would not be a surprise seeing how the meta is currently. So guys, do tell us, who do you think is going to win this match? It's a very interesting one. Both the teams from Sri Lanka, and only one of them gets to move ahead and face the old gods. That's going to be a really good matchup as well. I'm not too sure between Phoenix Gaming and old gods who takes that one, if Phoenix Gaming do end up winning this game too. So that's going to be a very interesting series as well, which we will have in a couple of days for you. But for this game, to do give us your predictions and let us know who you think is going to win this one.
Yeah, and whoever does end up winning will also be facing against Old Gods in the next round of the lower bracket, so they will also be having the eye out on that. But yeah, it's basically right now HELAKAAMI on the back foot, right? They're down 0-1 in this series. They are the ones on the chopping block currently. Phoenix Gaming have one
Yeah.
game to play with, but they also want to finish it off here. Given how Fearless Draft works, they won't be able to play these champions if it does go to a game 3, so they're trying to knock it off as much fast as they can. Hydra with this Jax is exceptional. He does like to go for the side lanes, that kind of split pushing for himself. So if he gets the early advantage, you can expect to see a lot of that coming out for him. And now Q2 also won't be able to go to side lane because he's running the Z, right? So he'll have to have the ignite with him, won't have the TP, so he can't be off doing any of those shenanigans. The Zillion, like you said, might have been taken up for the death mark, but that's a lot to sacrifice for just one ability over there. So as our goes, that's all on paper. We're gonna have to see the practicality of it, and that's what we're gonna see right now. Jumping straight into the game over here, you can see that none of the teams are grouping up the way they didn't seem to be grouping up as much as they want, but they are going to be meeting up over here. The Nidalee Spear does not connect from the Zillion. Nice sidestep by him. The Nocturne Q does come out. There comes the shadows from behind him, but now the Zillion's in a tough place. He's
The
being forced to flash
burn
very
already.
early on. At the 45-second mark, the flash has been burned by the support of HELAKAAMI Esports, and it is a tough situation already for the bot lane right now.
Yeah, I mean, Tamkinch is just a very, very sticky champion at level 1 with the tongue lash and the auto attacks that slows you down. Can be very annoying. Just looking at the runes as well for a second, Grasp of the Undying on the Tamkinch, and as we predicted, quite rightly so as well, Ignite on the Z, Ignite on the Dyna. So these guys are going to play to kill each other in the mid lane. Arcane Comet for the side of Zillion. You don't see that often, I think. For support Zillion, I have seen Grasp, I have seen the Guardian as well. So, those are the sort of runes that you look for. But the game has started. Into the laning phase we go, and Dyna missing a lot of CS, actually missed all 3 CS right there, just trying to push that wave in. That's a
That's a
blunder
very
right there.
costly, yeah, that's a very costly mistake for him. Zen only has picked up one as well. Hydra's jumping as soon as the Q comes off cooldown. He's always jumping onto this Gnar. He's trying to get as much of that HP bar of the little Gnar before he gets his W or his E to add around to him and play around that. Gnar has started D blade against the D shield of the Gnar, but on the bot side, there goes in the Thomas. Instant flash out by the Kaiser. He's trying to run away. The Zillion doesn't have flash, mind you. If the Q had connected, might have been a different story. But now both the bot lanes do not have flash up in them, and they're in easy time for Gag later on. But look at how far this wave has been pushed in. Now the Zillion and now the Kaiser hit their level 2s. The Gnars, the rage bar has filled up. He's turning into Mega Gnar, takes away the bone plating, dodges the counter strike, and now he has the advantage against Hydra. Hydra has to flash out from the Q that would have maybe ended his life, especially with that slow that comes out with it. And he's still level 2. He's on a slither of HP by the skin of his teeth, just surviving the top side. And now Jax is on the complete back, but this is where the skill matchup comes a bit more in favor of Gnar if he takes advantage like this. Hydra tried to do his best early on, the leap strikes coming in to get as much counter as he can. U2 is suffering a lot in the mid lane as well, and Tam on repeat is going back in. Zillion, mind you, does not have flash, and that is first blood secured by Booyah. But oh no, from the grave, the Zillion takes down the Tamkinch as well, and now Kaiser doesn't want to leave this Caitlyn. Got all the stacks, pops the barrier, and is chasing the mana-less, almost HP-less Caitlyn. Caitlyn flashes in, gets the kill on Shaggy, but the Nocturne can't answer back. Does spell shield away the spear from the Nidalee, and oh boy, we have a match on our hands over here, Kaka.
Oh no, Big Boss has been baited in. The Shy Boy is going to collect that kill as Q2 goes really low. Has to burn the flash, is going to go down. Isnok might end up dying as well, but again denies a lot of farm in the mid lane. So kills everywhere, but Booyah on that Caitlyn just being so patient with his barrier. Baits out the Nocturne, baits out the Kaisa as well. Flashes in to finish her off. Did pick up the first blood as well for himself, goes back, picks up the pickaxe and the longsword for himself. So That's a very fed Caitlyn. In the top side as well, Flash doing really well against Hydra so far. Is up in CS as well, decides not to back now, is going to decide again to go back. Almost got a solo kill on towards Hydra as the Dio has gone back in again. Oh, the spear missed. If that had connected, I think Yoko would have ended up dying yet again, but that's not going to happen for now. And yeah, action packed game so far, 2 kills to 4, but almost a 1000 goal lead for the side of Phoenix Gaming.
And very importantly, Phoenix Gaming also got the first blood, so that's 1 feat of strength in the bag already for them. And now they're even continuing the pressure. This Tom is not letting it up. Every time his W is up, he's just jumping in. Hydra's going in for exchange against Nar. I don't think you win that, but the vision denial is helping him. Goes in the bush, doesn't get hit by the third proc of the W, so Nar cannot actually do much against him. He's just playing around the bushes as much as he can as this Jax, waiting till he gets the level 6. Maybe then can actually go for some meaningful trades. Still going back in, gets the Q into the W. The Nar Q gets denied, but look who's here. It's Nidalee to help out his top lane. The spear does not connect. It lands into a minion, but even then it forces the little Nar to flash away to get to safety. Doesn't have the TP to come back into lane, and the Jax is trying to push this wave as fast in as he can. Nar is still staying by. The Q does land into Hydra. Hydra is low on mana, so he cannot do much in a full combo. Can't even get a full combo off, he does. But look who's towards the top side. The Nocturne is coming here as well. But as soon as he showed up on the map, you can see that Hydra had already started backing away with this Mega Nar form. I think it looks like Nar wants just these minions, will keep the wave closer towards his turret, and then maybe go for his own reset. You can see that Nocturne has already reset once, and this is now the first reset of Nidalee. And because of these timings, it allows the Nocturne to maybe go for first three gubs for himself and get his team one of those 3 epic monsters.
Yeah, and in the mid lane, Iznok has been doing well quietly, has the Ignite coming up soon, has the ultimate available for him as well, so should be looking to go back in and, just trying to fight it out. But the Z Deathmark, of course, he can dodge the Diana ultimate as towards the bot side of the map. Booyah gets slowed. Flash might end up going down. He's surviving with a sliver of HP, but there you go. Solo kill for Hydra. Big Boss is there to answer, but I don't think he will be able to take the Jax down. No, he can't. And that is going to be yet another kill for the side of Phoenix Gaming, who are 1000 gold ahead. And yeah, solo kill towards that top side after Flash was doing pretty well in the lane.
Yeah.
But unfortunately now pays for his mistake. Q2 looking to go and will use the death mark right here. The Dyna can use ult now, so that's going to be a 1-for-1, I feel. Yet again, there you go. And
on the bot side, a dive being set up over here. The Kaiser is trying to run away again. And no,
look
both
at
of
the
them just
HP.
1 HP, but both picked up by the Tom. Genji licked them both to death, and he gets a double kill for himself. While Shaggy does pick up that last kill onto the Tom before he does end up going down. You can see at the top side, Big Boss is clearing up his blue buff now towards his Grom, is working around, and that opens up Phoenix Gaming to take away the first Drake of the game. They already do have 1 feat of strength in that first blood that Booyah did pick up early on, so they're going to try and rush towards either the other first turret or the first 3 epic monsters, depending how it goes. In the mid lane, it seems pretty even Stevens, unlike in terms of the CS, because Diana's taking quite a lead, and this is the point in the top side where the Jax is going to be doing a lot towards the Nar. Nar goes mega, goes in, ults him against the wall. The W as well has his Q that comes in. Look who's here for backup. The Nocturne comes in. The flash from the Jax maybe a bit unwarranted because you were pretty much dead anyway in that situation. He burns his flash and also gives up his life, and now it looks like they want to really get a lot of these plays at the top side. Maybe look to make that one of their feats of strength later on by getting that first turret there later.
Yeah, I mean, they won't be able to take this turret down right now, I think, but yeah, taking a lot of plates there. A good play coming in from the side of Big Boss, coming in, securing the kill for his team. Obviously, Flash able to secure that for himself, but the biggest difference there is in this game is towards that bot side of the map, as Flash is again going to get caught. The Nocturne is still challenged channeling his recall right there. Should maybe stay up. There you go. He decides to cancel it. He's here again. Hydra will be thinking, why is the Nocturne still here? But he gets the solo kill. Should be able to get out as well. As the Shy Boy is getting caught by Isnok, but might just turn on him. Isnok has to burn his flash. His Booyah finishes off a Shaggy, and on the top side of the map, Big Boss is going to get the return kill onto Hydra. So again, a lot of action going on everywhere on the map, but again, the bot side of the map, 3-0 and 3 for the Caitlyn right there. Already has taken 4 plate. This is going to be the fifth plate, I believe, or the fourth plate, sorry. And yeah, that will be the another feat of strength stack for them too already at around 11-12 minutes. That's a big swing towards the side of Phoenix Gaming.
Yeah, it is, and this is where that Kaiser pickup that we were talking so much again in the champ select is coming out. You can see he's not being as much as he wants. Caitlyn already has his collector, while Shaggy is not even that close towards his first item. In the top side, the fighting doesn't stop between Flash L and Hydra. They're going to continue going for it. He does get his passive proc off of the W. The Nocturne is close by, doesn't have anything, but look at that follow-up. A nice interaction comes in. That's Drew going down. Drew just W'd a bit too early over there. If he had taken Drew after the Nocturne came up to him, he would maybe made it out alive. And now they're signaling on to Booyah. But nice trap setup from the Caitlyn. He's trying to save his life, but nice Zillion ult as well will be saving the life of the Diana. But look at this, Flash L jumps in, jumps out, gets the kill onto Hydra, is trying to dodge the spear, dodges it as well. Shy Boy is trying to do as much, but that's a clean escape for the Gnar after the prediction from Shy Boy that the Gnar might turn back to try and dodge it. The spear still misses, and that's where the Gnar comes out on top. He does get it. The Tom is here to try and deny side of HELAKAAMI from getting the first turn, but it's not enough. They will be picking up 1 feat of strength for themselves in that form, but on the other hand, Nidalee will be picking up all 3 grubs of the second spawn of them, so that she has 2 of the epic monsters for the side of Phoenix Gaming. If they get the next Drake, they will have the feats of strength. In the meantime, in the mid lane, the Ignite has been burned on to the Diana, but just not enough damage after the ultimate was cast. But still, the Diana is so low, and she does end up going down to Q2. Well played by the Z mid laner of Phoenix Gaming, and now Booyah is trying to answer back with a turret of his own in the bot lane.
Yeah, that is going to be the turret and feats of strength secured for the side of Phoenix Gaming. A beautiful solo kill coming in towards the mid side of the map. Isnok maybe should have, instead of running, just tried to fight the Z instead, because there was no way he was ever going to escape from that. Now Caitlyn moving towards the mid side of the map, uses his ultimate onto Shaggy, is going to deal some damage and get some gold for himself. There you go, +5 earned for him, as Hex Drinker is picked up by the Z, so he will be feeling much more comfortable in these 1v1s. As Flash goes in onto Hydra, there have been a lot of solo kills towards that top side of the map, but the Shy Boy is here. The spear is going to miss, unfortunately, and that is going to be it towards the top side. I really don't think Flash should be too worried about getting all in right now. All the pressure is coming in from the bot side of the map, though, from Phoenix Gaming.
Yeah, true. They are putting a lot on, but look at the wave that has been pushed in onto the Zed has gone down bot side. Now Booyah and Drew have gone top, and I think this is where Flashlight can end up dying if that Counter Strike had hit him, but he's keeping his spacing very well, trying to get his stacks off of his W. At the meantime, the Drake is coming up very shortly in around 2 seconds time, and that's where all eyes are focused. If Phoenix Gaming do end up taking this Drake, they will have their feats of strength that they do want for the upgraded boots as well. Flash is maybe trying to deny as much as he can, but there goes the Nocturne in straight from the pit. But that's a very risky move from him. Maybe he's going in because the Zillion is close by with the ultimate, but now he's far away from the Nocturne. He's trying to come around the corner, is trying to give him the ult, gives him the ult as well. They're gonna leave him alive on 1 source of HP. He does end up going down, but now this just leaves it up for the side of Phoenix Gaming to take the Drake as well. A bit of a misplay from the jungler of HELAKAAMI Esports, and I
actually think that was a good play, because he was stuck in the pit without the flash, so that was his only venue of escape right there, to use the ultimate and get out. as Isnok ignites the Shy Boy, is going to get the kill as well. That's a big shutdown for him. But yeah, speaking of that Nocturne play, it might have looked like it was the bad. I mean, it was not a good play, but I think it was, because otherwise, I think he was 100% dead right there.
Yeah, but it's also his fault for positioning himself in the pit like that,
Yeah,
right? Like he's
100%.
stuck
Yeah,
between
yeah,
a rock and a hard place. Yeah, like you're saying, that is his best opportunity at that point to get out because he doesn't have his flash. But I think just his positioning was just pretty bad on the the detrimental side. And now this is allowing Phoenix Gaming to get the upgrade on their boots. You get the feats of strength. They're gonna get another turret in the mid lane. And I think the only important point is this Nar, right? He's battling pretty well against this Jax, but Jax will slowly get more fed. He's more of a late game champion. So as long as Hydra is not doing that bad, he is down in numbers of CS compared to his counterpart, but he's not giving up that many kills as should be done in this kind of matchup where you had lost it pretty much early on with the Nocturne coming in time and time again onto you. Hydra was worried about a lot of that being put onto it. But look at this Caitlyn build. She's built the collectors into
yeah.
the wind's tail over here.
It's the Yuntal.
Yundal, yes.
Yes, collector into Yuntal. That's a lot of crit strike, a lot of damage for the Caitlyn, and we were talking about it. Picking up the first turret, 132 CS in 15 minutes, has 3 kills and 3 assists, as well as we see another all-in coming in. Isnok versus Q2, and yeah, there you go. Isnok is going to end up dying once again. Not sure why he hasn't picked up these Zonias. Does not look like he's going to make that regardless, as there's a fight in the top lane, but the Mega Nar comes in along with the stun, and the Zillion is here. The bombs will not connect, but the Nocturne is here as well. I don't think Counter Strike is available for the Jax, who is going to hop away on towards the Tankage, who is back as well, connects his knockup onto the Zillion right there. The ultimate comes in to save the Nocturne, but I don't think he's going to survive for too long. There you go. Shutdown goes to the Shy Boy right there, as Dew is still chasing Flash, who will hop away and flash out from trouble. That was a
Yeah, the
pretty
Nocturne went
extended.
in, had to use his
Yeah.
flash to get out more further, and then he didn't realize the rest of Phoenix Gaming had caught up to Hydra. Allows Hydra to leap strike towards them. Baits Nocturne out. He goes down, but he has the Zillion out for the resurrection, but it's just not enough essentially. And look at this, Booyah just for fun, hitting that ultimate onto Shaggy, gets it done, and now the top tier 1 will also be going out. This TP is very questionable coming in from the Nar. It still does connect, but now he's left in no man's land essentially. He has so many people onto him. As soon as Flash comes in, he goes back to the gray screen, and that's very unfortunate from HELAKAAMI. They're falling
Yeah.
a bit apart at the seams right now, and they don't honestly know what kind of plays they are going for.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Rift Herald as well, picked up from the side of Phoenix Gaming right there. A very susceptible TP right there, suspicious rather. Not sure what was happening there in his mind, but yeah, unfortunate for him. Comes in, dies. It's very unfortunate, but Phoenix Gaming now do have 4,000 gold lead for themselves, have taken all the outer turrets with the help of the Caitlyn, taking 2 out of those 3 turrets right there. Has the 2 items completed. The Z also picked up the Brutalizer along with the Hex Drinker. The Rift Herald being picked up by the Shy Boy, Booyah, and Dio, who are in the vicinity to complete that objective. And yeah, just playing really well. HELAKAAMI have been doing well in these skirmishes, but except for that, don't really have too many objectives to show for it, as Flash is in trouble again. The Nocturne ult comes in, but I'm not too sure what he will be able to achieve. But the Kaisa is here as well, and that's going to be a double kill picked up for the Kaisa, who uses her ultimate, the Killer Instinct, to come to the side of the fight. And there you go, another kill picked up by is now on to Dew, who was just being very cocky right there, not sure why.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a 3 for nothing for the side of HLK in the span of 1 minute.
Yeah, that's a lot of a bit kind of micro throws coming in for Phoenix Gaming everywhere. You can see in this replay over here, it's a bit overextended. They thought they catch the Gnar, but he's turning Mega with his ult, pushes them away, gives enough time for the Nocturne to join the fray. With his fear triggered onto the Jax, he can go a bit more fast onto him. That allows the Kaiser to come in as well with her ultimate. The W secures the kill, and she picks up very well-deserved double kill for herself. The top side, you can see that dude, I don't know what he thought he was doing over here. Ate so many tower shots, the ultimate from the Diana, another tower shot, the Storm Surge just to finish it off for just style points at the end of the day. And it's a bit of Phoenix Gaming went a bit over cocky essentially at these kind of scenarios. Q2 is trying to go in again onto the Diana. Mind you, she does not yet have a arm guard or a Zonya, so she's very similar to these ultimates. A lot being burned for her, though the flash of the Shy Boy was used as well to secure the kill on the mid laner of HELAKAAMI Esports, and that they pick it up. But there's no objective, honestly, that they can go for right now. The Atakan will be spawning in around 3 seconds time. It's going on the bot side of the map, given how much fighting was being done there in the beginning from the bot side of Phoenix Gaming. And look at this, the members of Phoenix Gaming are marching their way there. Q2 is on an island a bit towards the top side, doesn't have a TP if he needs to come for a fight, so they are going to be essentially 4 versus 5 if a fight does break out, but he's trying to split push more towards the top side, and that's drawing maybe the Kaiser over there instead. No, the Kaiser is going to come for the fight. They're going to leave her to her own devices. They don't know what to do about the Zed essentially. It's going to draw the Diana and the Kaiser, and they're going to have to maybe give up the Atakan because you don't have your damage sources close by. Neither the Diana, neither
beautiful Gnar.
they're going to go in, and nice Gnar ultimate jumps in onto the Tom Kench as well. The Jax has gone down. The Tom is eating a lot of damage, but Nocturne has fallen very dangerously low. The Caitlyn is still at around 50% HP. She can continue fighting if she wants to, but the Nocturne is a bit too low to actually be doing anything. Zed's going in onto the Diana, has to flash away across that part of the wall, but look at this, they do pick up the Atakan. Will they pick up the Bloody Petals? The Nocturne does have the Zillion now, will be getting resurrected. Zillion is giving a bit of boost of XP towards the Gnar right now. The Tom is going yet in another flash to just dodge him out. I think the fighting does end over there, but Booyah is not done. The Shy Boy and Booyah are trying to follow as much as they can. The spear getting dodged. Nice footwork from the Zillion. He was trying to give some XP over to Big Boss in the meantime. Who's going to block it for him?
Oh,
Has
no.
the spell sheet, but did not walk in front of the Zillion in time. That's a bit of a misplay from the Nocturne over there. And Phoenix Gaming getting rewarded for the pressure there. That was a bit of a funny moment from the Zillion over there, was it not?
Yeah, this is just misclicking and giving the XP whilst running away. Ends up paying for it with his life. That was pretty funny to watch. This was a great Gnar ultimate, honestly, from the side of Flash. Comes and burns the Jax rather completely, followed up with the Nocturne. Engaged. Tam Kench has to flash away from the trouble, but then they turn it around, and this was just very funny. Caitlyn uses the R. Oh my god, just if Yoku just walked straight instead of moving up,
He tried to
I
move,
think he would have survived.
Yeah, he tried to move right. I don't know why. Nocturne was in the perfect place to actually block it for him.
Yeah.
And then Yoko was like, no, I'd rather die instead, and eats it to the skull with that ace in the hole. It takes that damage, but the fighting does not stop. Drew's gone back in over here, but the Nocturne is jumping in on the backline, is going on to the Caitlyn. She just tried to net away, is going dangerously low, but no, she is survived. The Kaiser is now jumping on her instead. Look at the amount of players going on to her. Even the Gnar has jumped forward, and one by Phoenix Gaming are going down. The Zed ultimate's enough to get the Diana, giving the kill over to the Jax, but now Hydra has to run away, a bit delayed in that ward jump from him. The spear from downtown picks up the kill onto Shaggy. At the end of the day, it's a 2 for 3 in favor of HELAKAAMI Esports, and they're trying to maybe pick up this tier 1 turret in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really bad for the side of Phoenix Gaming right there, but somehow they have managed to get 2 kills for themselves in a fight where they were like perpetually running behind towards their fountain. The Rift Herald will be popped out by the Shy Boy. I think that's going to get stopped on its tracks as it does by Flash right there. Yeah, not too many objectives picked up after that skirmish, but the Shy Boy 5-3 now on this Nidalee looking really good, and even the Caitlyn is going to get her rapid fire cannon pretty soon, and that's really the hard powered spike for the side of Caitlyn. You're getting those 3 items, and in the team fights just playing around with the range. So I do feel like HLK is on a timer now. They did get a really great engage by the Diana and double bomb by Zillion, so that was sort of a lucky and uh, the picture perfect team fight from their side. But I don't believe that's going to happen again and again.
Yeah, absolutely. The Drake is being spawned right now. It is a Chemtech Soul type of map. You can see the a bit of trap setup by Phoenix Gaming right now. The Shy Boy and Dew going in yet again onto Big Boss. Big Boss is low, but they know they can't finish him off because Zillion is close by with the ultimate if he needs to resurrect that member of his team. From the side, the Nar is trying to do a bit of chunk damage for himself. The Zed is yet again in the top side of the map. Someone will maybe have to go match him, but this time they're choosing to go for the fight instead. All 5 members. They're trying to delay it side of Phoenix Gaming as much as possible, so it allows Zed and the Jax to work on these turrets on the bot and the top side of the map. As you can see, they just buy so much time. Nobody's heading towards the other 2 members of Phoenix Gaming. And Phoenix Gaming are trying to delay this
Yeah.
streak as possible. They're going very slowly, but nice Diana ultimate goes in. Kaiser is following up the suit right here. They're going down one by one, but Diana goes very low. Nar ultimate secures the Tom cage against the wall. That catfish has seen the gray skin, and the Drake has been picked up by HELAKAAMI, but at what cost? Look at the turrets in the top and bottom. The tier 2 top is gone. The tier 2 bot is slowly to be going as well. Booyah is going to be stopping all these backs. He's going to give up his life for that, but he has stopped the backs as well. Shy Boy is going to try and run for as much as he wants. Does get it picked up. Zillion outbaits the Shy Boy into that fight, and he has to run away for his life. If the Diana does connect on him, which he does get the kill, but the Zed in the meantime is going to be getting the inhibitor for himself in the top side. The bot tier 2 turret was also claimed by the Jax for the entire fighting that was going on, but now it looks like HELAKAAMI want to get some turrets of their own over here in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure why Phoenix Gaming made that call. Yeah, sure, they got like 3 turrets and the inhibitor, but in the team fight as well, I think they are strong enough to fight off uh, what HLK brings to the table. As Zed goes in, is going to get the kill onto Iznok, has to burn his flash to get away from trouble, barely survives with the skin of his teeth right there as Dew looks to go in, and the Nar ultimate is just going to throw both of them back. And the Zonia is finally getting picked up by Iznok, so finally he will be able to match the Zed into the side, and who has completed his Morph Malmotius just now. And yeah, the goal lead is around 4,000, but the team fight seems to be going, uh, HLK's way.
They're definitely going HL with Booyah is fighting here 1 versus 2 and pushing back the members of HELAKAAMI. They're worried about if it's a kind of trap or bait, so they're gonna respect this Caitlyn and push back, but she ends up picking up the scuttle for herself, clearing all the vision close by. The Damgage keeps on trying to go in as much as he can. They're gonna even pick up the blue buff with the smite, essentially a bit of a dismount. And every time she's getting this ace in the hole, she's trying to hit on to the Kaiser to just get some more gold from her first strike rune that she is running. The Nar has hit Mega Nar very early on over here for the next fight. If it does break out at the Baron, I don't think he will have that for himself. In the bot side, you can see the Jax and the Nar are facing off. Jax has TP while Nar does not. So maybe a misstep from the members of HELAKAAMI. Now you can see that they know that the Baron has been started. And there comes the Diana. He's trying to run in and jump onto the Shy Boy. Because without a jungler, it reduces the chances that Phoenix Gaming have of getting the Baron. And one by one, they are falling. The Zed does go in, but the Zillion ult is enough. Zed is trying to run away. So is the Tam. The Nar is on his back. Q2, there's nowhere you can run. And now it's turned dreadful for the members of Phoenix Gaming. They're trying to run away. The flash by Booyah a bit mistimed. He does not get the kill that he did want and will be going down to the Kaiser, who has to flash forward for the kill. The Jax is trying to get some more damage done on these turrets on the bot side. Is getting the bot tier 3 to his name. Is trying to get the inhibitor before he will have to run away. Will be fighting, but realizes he won't be able to get in time. Has to ward jump and hop skip away from this fight. At the end of the day, 4 members for Phoenix Gaming go down, while none for HELAKAAMI do. And HELAKAAMI even pick up the mid tier 3 for the name, and maybe even the inhibitor if the Nar has enough damage, but I don't think he has enough. The members of Phoenix Gaming have started to respawn, and oh boy, that fight turned nasty for the members of Phoenix Gaming over there, Kaka.
Yeah, team fights not really looking good for the side of Phoenix Gaming. They were almost 5-6k ahead in terms of gold, but the team fights have been going just one way so far, and it's for the side of HLK, but the split push is where it's at for the side of Phoenix Gaming. Already, having already taken the top side inhibitor, almost taking the bot inhib as well. They will be mounting the pressure in these side lanes, and then setting their eyes up on the Baron buff right there. So I think that's exactly what they need to do. Just keep on pressuring towards that side lane. A good damage comes in. The Nocturne is going to go in on to the Caitlyn right there, who gets eaten up by the Tahm Kench. But the Diana is there with her ultimate. That's a dead Caitlyn. That's a dead Tahm Kench as well. A 2 for nothing yet again, and his knock on this Diana has been everywhere. When it comes to fighting, always there, uses his ultimate really well, and then gets 2 more kills.
Yeah, he's been doing good. He was getting beat around by Q2 a bit early on in the matchup, but now he's showing his worth of his pick in the team fights where it matters the most, and he has been getting very ahead. He's now 11-7-4, has now his Zonya's fourth that said ultimate later on. Hydra's hiding here in the bush, maybe think that someone will walk up. The Drake is spawning right now. Mind you, both teams have 2 Drakes to the name, so whoever gets this Drake will be on Soul point for the Chemtech Soul. Now Hydra pushes in that wave. He's getting met up by the Gnar over here. Gnar does a lot of damage at this point. Has a Wit's End, has a Black Cleaver as well. And it looks like Hydra might go down, but the Gnar has to run for the hills instead. As the Zed picking up a shutdown onto the top laner of HELAKAAMI, and the Zed will reclaim his throne as the killer over here. Gets 6, 5, and 2. Has the last Whisper also completed, so will be doing some damage against those tanky as champions. You have 2, 2, and 2 in the terms of CS. He's a bit ahead on to the Diana 22 CS ahead, but now the CS will matter that much compared to what the Shy Boy and the Big Boss have, right? Look at the difference in the camps and CS that they have gone on to. And the Shy Boy has not utilized his lead as much as they want, but instead now, after that exchange that was done onto Hydra, HELAKAAMI give up the Drake because they have to protect some of their base instead, and Phoenix Gaming take full advantage of that and pick up their third Drake of the game, and now are on Soul point for Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, and now Hydra lingering around that top side of the map is going to find the Zillion, uses his ultimate. The Nocturne is there as well. They're just trying to get as much vision as they can towards the top side. Hydra still being very aggressive as the Tahm Kench is going to go in, uses the Tongue Lash, connects on to the Diana right there, but no kills are going to happen here. Just getting the priority around this Baron buff right then. Might even think of starting it right now. Let's see if that happens. Would be a very ballsy call, if I must say so. A Big Boss getting caught. Q2 going in on to Flash SL right there, takes him to 30% HP. Beautiful combo yet again by Booyah, but the ultimate from Diana is there. Flash, barrier, everything up for the Caitlyn, but he ends up dying. The Jax is going to end up dying here as well. Not before picking up the Nocturne for himself, but look at this. Q2 pushing towards this bot side of the map will be able to secure the inhibitor for his team.
Yeah, he picks that up for his team while the rest of his team were in the skirmish where they did fall down. We are falling down for the 6th time in this game already. Shaggy is trying to put all the moves on to do, and now it looks like HELAKAAMI are finally in the driver's seat. They are behind in goal, but looking like a bit of the better team right now, at least in the team fighting potential. Smart has had some really good ultimates when he jumps in, while his Hydra has not looked like the man he should be on the Jax. Essentially has the Sunder's guy, has the Stairs guy, has the Trinity Force, but yet is not as tanky as he wants to be at this point. The Gnar looks to be building towards the Thornmail, has the Bramble's Vest in his pocket. His Wits End gives him also a bunch of tenacity that helps him move around the way he wants to. Phoenix Gaming are the ones, mind you, who have won the feature strength. But wait, hold up here. If Q2 walks in just in time, he does. He is going to go to Yoku. But there goes Yoku, does have his ultimate, does run away. But wait, will it be in time? But look at that. That's the savior Big Boss with the flash and the spell shield to protect his support. Mind you, that's a lot being burned just to save support over there. And that's after the Zillion has lost his ultimate. So do you think that's worth it in that scenario, Kara?
Yeah, I think that might be worth it. We will have to see how that turns out, honestly. But the Zillion ultimate is still down. The Flash has been burned from Nocturne, so if he goes in, that's a one-way ticket for him now. So that is going to be something that we keep our eyes on. And Booyah just needs to position better in these team fights. He has a lot of gold from his team. He can't be the one, getting caught by the Diana again and again, as the Nocturne ultimate is going to get blown, but is not going to come into any sort of effect right here. Just there as a smoke screen to deny any sort of engage from the side of Phoenix Gaming. And this Baron looks to be the point of contest, uh, you know for both the sides right here, as Isnok takes 50% damage just off the Shadow WEQ from the Z right there. That's a big chunk.
That's a huge chunk, and they're dismaying the members of HELAKAAMI right now. Yogu does have his ult back up, but Diana's far from this fight right now, and the Baron has been started by the members of Phoenix Gaming right now. They have chucked it down very, very low, and they don't look to be picking this up before the members of HELAKAAMI can even get close to this margin. They've got to be picking it up just about any time soon. They pick it up, and they're trying to run for the hills right now. But look at this, the Jax is in the middle of the fight. Q2 is trying to go in. The Gnar ults Q2 against the wall. He ults on back onto the Gnar, but Gnar does have the Zillion ult to protect him. The Nocturne's trying to go on the back line, so that's maybe a bit of a mistake from Big Boss, and he goes down. Shaggy will be going down to the counter strike of the Jax. There goes the Tom. He eats away the Diana. Once the Diana comes out of the golden stage, she's going down. A shutdown going over to Q2 right now, and the Zed and the rest of his team are trying to march it way down mid. That's 3 dead for the side of Helakami. Big death timers, 50 still on the mark on the Diana, and Shaibo is not letting Gnar walk into his base in peace. And look at this, the TP coming from the Jax. They think this is the end of the game, and this does look like the end, does it not, Kaka? This looks like Phoenix Gaming marching themselves into the second round of the lower bracket to meet against Old Gods. And HELAKAAMI, unfortunately, this will be the end of their journey in this tournament so far.
Yeah, 100%. Phoenix Gaming winning the lower bracket round 1 right here against the fellow Sri Lankan team. That was a very close and competitive game. We are not used to seeing those from the side of Phoenix Gaming. They are pretty dominant usually when they are winning. So that was a great game to watch as well. Still behind in kills when they ended up taking the Nexus, but yeah, moving on to face the Old Gods. And man, Old Gods are no slouches at all. So that's going to be a really great series to watch as well. Yeah, but this game was, it was everywhere, right? They were losing a lot of team fights, but they were getting the objectives. They get that one Baron, get 3 kills, and end the game at 38 minutes. So a pretty long game. Let's look at the Nexus knockout moments as well for this game 2 between Phoenix Gaming and HELAKAAMI.
Yeah, and it all started off with this bot side, right? The Zillion had burnt his TP earlier on during the warding before minions had even spawned. Allows the Caitlyn to pick up the first blood for himself. That helps him get the Feast of Strength later on. Q2 was very dominant against the Diana in lane. They did trade a couple of times in their own lives, but later on Q2 was winning most of the fights. Diana came into full effect during the team fights essentially, and she was doing a lot of damage. But every time she was sometimes even going to try and match Q2 on the top side when he was pushing during some of these objective fights. Here you can see the Tom gets a double for himself in that point. This is a nice lovely interaction with the Knock is coming in. Tom is doubling out. Knock follows it through with his ultimate, gets that kill onto Dew, and Dew meets the gray screen over there. Top side, the Jax did struggle quite a bit. Hydra's Jax did quite a bit against the Gnar, but that was a bit expected in the matchup. It was a scale matchup, but yeah, Gnar did dominate, does get out of here scot-free after his double hop and dodges the spear. This is where I thought Phoenix Gaming was throwing the game a bit. They lose 2 members over here, Jax and the Z overextend. They fall down. The top side Dew overextends against another turret, does die there. Nice Gnar engage in this fight at least. Instantly Hydra gets melted off the map before he can do anything. Just chain CC after chain CC, and you can see see them trying to march forward, but they didn't go a bit too deep. Here they try to go on the Caitlyn so much. They use so much. The Nocturne goes in. The Caitlyn zooms away. You can see the Gnar coming from the side. He's just going to come in. He's going to try and go for his ult. Flash ults gets the Caitlyn, but a lot of this is used up there. But they still win out on the fights. And this is where HELAKAAMI were mounting a bit of the comeback. The goal lead was getting narrowed down. The kills were still neck to neck. Even as you mentioned that towards the end part of the game, they were up on kills. But just that last fight was so crucial, right? And Phoenix Gaming completely, whenever they were winning fights, they were taking complete advantage of taking objectives and taking turrets after it as well.
Yeah, and that was the difference as well, right, between the teams. Getting those feats of strength very early on, getting the first turret, getting the first blood as well. There were a lot of missteps from the side of Phoenix Gaming, make no mistakes about it. But just securing this Baron buff right here was the game changer. The Shy Boy gets the kill onto the Nocturne. The shutdown comes in towards the Kaisa as well, and in front of Caitlyn, if you use your Zhonya's, you are a sitting duck, just waiting to get trapped right there. So yeah, that was the end of game 2, sorry. And Phoenix Gaming, 2 O's HELAKAAMI, but it was not pretty as it was in game 1, right? That was a one-sided affair. This really was not. This could have gone either way.
Yeah, that was completely one-sided. This was like swaying back and forth in between these teams. It was just basically on that last fight at Baron, which way it would pop could have been either team's victory at that point. But yeah, Phoenix Gaming end up coming up on top. It was a hard-fought victory. They will be patting themselves on the back, but they will also be blaming themselves for a lot of silly mistakes they made throughout the duration of the game. They're going to have to correct it when they come up against a team like Old Gods, because if you do that against a team like Old Gods, they will punish all types of mistakes, and you have to be on your A game when you're facing a team of that caliber. So they will have to go back to the drawing board and see the VOD review and see a bit of where they were lacking and where in the mid game towards the late game stage they were falling off a bit. And it was just thankfully that last fight that did propel them towards the victory today.
Yeah, 100%. Having said that, now on to the upper bracket final that will be coming up tomorrow as well. I think that's going to be the X number of times we have seen Kakao Gaming going against Asterisk, right? So that will be fun to watch as well. For now, though, the lower bracket round 1 is done and lower bracket round 2, I think those matches will be really interesting. 2 of the teams have already been eliminated. Let's have a look at the scoreboard for this game 2 between Phoenix Gaming and HELAKAAMI, and this was again a very lengthy game, 36 minutes. Phoenix Gaming 24 kills and 28 deaths, so they were always behind when it came to kills and everything. Gold, not that big of a lead, only the 6,000, 10 turrets to 4, 3 dragons to 2. Baron obviously was picked up by Phoenix Gaming. Rift Herald, Void Grubs were shared a piece as well, and Bloody Petals 48 to 28. So very, very close game between both the teams right here. Props to HELAKAAMI as well for showing up big, but for today Phoenix Gaming is going to win yet again.
Yeah, they did, and they didn't even really need the soul drink. All it really was that Baron fight. They take it over, they come out on top. I think maybe they have to review some of the picks that they do, and where they're going to be playing it out depends on how their drafting is. They're going to have to improve a bit during these third games, right? They're thinking they're hitting the bottom of the barrel of their champ selections. Q2's Zed was good, but certain times he was also getting very overextended trying to go for assassination kills, which I don't want to see from a player of Q2's standard, right? But other than that, he did play pretty well. The jungles did fight off. Shy Boy did miss a couple of spears, but that's very hard to hit from long range max. At the end of the day, it was just that slight difference that made Phoenix Gaming come out on top in the second game and win the series 2-0. With that being said, guys, let's look at the Rift Renegade MVP of this game. And I think it has to be the man with the spears. It has to be the Shy Boy on this Nidalee. 6-3 and 6. He was in a lot of places at a lot of good times, was jumping in, has 846.45 damage per minute, 6.6 CS per minute, and 13.9k gold towards the end of the map. But yeah, still, he was a bit of the difference maker that did push his side just that little bit over the finish line before HELAKAAMI could reach that point.
Yeah, 100%. And this is one of those games where you can give it to maybe all of them or none of them because of how this went on. It was a very close game. But yeah, the Shy Boy, being the jungler for his team, just securing all the objectives that he could, I think he deserved it as well. And yeah, I mean, a great game from him. In this one specifically, and just showing us that he can play the Nidalee as well, the brand as well. We have seen a couple of other champions as well from him. So he loves playing these carry champions, and why not? If you're getting MVPs, in these high stakes matches, then for sure just go on and carry the game.
Yeah, and with the AP selection, it allows Q2 to play his AD mids right more. It balances out the comp that well. He likes to play the Nafiri, likes to play the Zed, likes to play the Yone. So it does balance it out that you have a jungler who loves playing the AP role, and you have a mid laner who likes playing the AD characters there. So that's why it's more balanced out team between them. Hydra did struggle quite a bit on the Jax early on, but later on was significant in getting some counter strikes off, was chasing down the ADCs off the side of HELAKAAMI, so that was good from his perspective. But all in all, a very well fought battle. I think both teams would be extremely tired after that game like that, and 35 minutes going on where you had constant fights. And just props to both teams, honestly. And just one team was just slightly better than the other, at least in this game too, and that's what was the difference maker.
Yeah, 100%. Having said that, guys, I think that is going to be it from us as well today. It has been a long day. We did cast quite a few games. The first series was really fun. The first game we didn't get to see, unfortunately, but the second game was neck to neck towards the end as well. And tomorrow we will have the upper bracket final between Kakao Gaming and Asterisk, and that's one to watch always, right? That's going to be a best of 3 as well. We have seen these two teams face each other multiple times, and every damn time Asterisk has won. So maybe that changes tomorrow, but more on that tomorrow. For now, we will be taking our leave, and we will see you tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. So see you there.
Morning to the evening, I'll give all of myself, even if it hurts like hell. You just love to watch me bleed, rip my heart, give it a squeeze, grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins, drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Cutting up my soul, give away the pieces when you pull me close. Fall into the feeling, I'll give all of myself. Don't want anyone else. You just love to watch me bleed, rip my heart, give it a squeeze, grip my lungs, won't let me breathe. No, you do it cause you like to see adrenaline run through my veins, drink my tears like it's champagne, but I still love what you do to me. Insanity, what you do to me is insanity. What you do to me is insanity. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed. No, it's not heavenly. Yeah, it's insanity. What you do to me, how you watch me bleed, but it's perfect for me. Insanity. You just love to watch me bleed, rip my heart, give it a squeeze, grip my lungs, won't let me breathe.